2019. Glad that you are here. My name is Laura Byrne-Cristiano. I'm from the Philly community, and I'm one of the organizers here, and just welcome. We are happy you are here at WordCamp US. Before we get started, just a quick couple of things just to make this a great session. If you have a cell phone or device that is like to buzz, tweet, Twitter, do whatever it's going to do, if you could just throw that into airplane mode or silence, we would be most appreciative. We have some seats up here. Anybody has an accessibility need, would like to sit up here, no problem. Or if you have any other needs, please just, we have a whole cadre of room managers that would be very happy to help you out with whatever you would like. We will have a Q&A session at the end. We ask for time constraints that you please hold your questions till the end. Once the Q&A period starts, we have a couple of our volunteers who will be running mics around. I know sometimes people think, hey, I'm loud enough, everybody can hear me. But we have folks at home who are going to be listening in, and if it doesn't go through the mic, they won't hear a thing. Also, we have captioning happen over there, and they also need to hear it through the microphone system in order to effectively caption the question for folks with those needs. Also, in regards to questions, think about it ahead of time. Phrase it shortly and succinctly as a question rather than a statement to really help out everybody here in the room. Other couple things I'd like to mention, happening on Sunday is Contributor Day. If you've never contributed to WordPress before, we have a couple great sessions going on about that during the day. Please stop by to any of the sessions, or please stop by to the Get Involved table, and they can tell you what it's all about to contribute to WordPress. So, without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker today is Jonathan Rold. Jonathan has been immersed in the world of WordPress for more than 14 years, so he's been out there from practically the very beginning. He loves to talk about WordPress every chance he gets. Jonathan is 761 days into an experiment with Tiny Habits. One of his experiments is taking a straight cold shower every day. This morning was his 685th cold shower in a row. He's awake. I think he may have frostbite if he crossed the street. And we're excited to have him here about WordPress, and he's excited to talk about it. So Jonathan, thank you very much.
For the record, I still don't like the cold showers. I'm excited to be here this morning. There was a headline recently that I thought was super interesting. This TechCrunch headline that we've heard this idea of WordPress as an operating system for a little while now. And it's starting to, and this particular article references Matt referring to WordPress as an operating system for the web. So it's something that I've been thinking about for a bit. And this morning, I want to take that idea of WordPress as an operating system for the open web and expand on it, try to add some context and meaning to it, and give some examples of if we accept this idea and we think through it, what are some of the implications to WordPress, the project, the community, and the ecosystem. So this is our idea. WordPress is an operating system for creating on the open web. Let's start with the end of it, this idea of the open web. When I think about the web, I think one of the easiest ways to think of it is as a digital network of connections. The internet is something that connects people with each other. It connects people with ideas, with products and services, with organizations and causes. I met my spouse through the internet. I developed many of my closest friendships through the internet. I discovered WordPress, built a business, contributed to causes that I cared about, and I've been presented personally with countless opportunities to express creativity because the internet exists. And that's just my own story. Each of you have your own story, things that you've done because the internet made it possible. So if that's what the web is, a digital network of connections, what's the open web? So as best I can think about it, I think of the open web as an ideal state, as what we're working towards rather than just a thing that is. And within that notion, I think there are two key characteristics that come to mind that describe to me what the open web is. The first is accessibility. The idea that an open web is one that's accessible to anyone, regardless of where they're based, the language that they use, or their technical capability. It's not about being able to access everything on the web. It's about the ability to have access to it. So accessibility. This idea that an open web is one that anyone can be able to connect to and interact with. This is a work, I think it's important to say, this is a work, when you think about accessibility, it's a work that can't be finished. It's not something that you just do. It is, the important point here is that we're making continual progress, that it's becoming more accessible over time and not less. The other characteristic of an open web, as I think about it, is what I like to call creatability. And it's this idea that anyone on the web can create something, that you can build a space for yourself and what you care about and make it what you want it to be. So then an open web is accessible to all and empowers creativity. Make sense so far? So I think it's important when you take an idea to also consider the opposite and put it in contrast. So let's think about the opposite characteristics for a moment. If that's what an open web is, and that makes sense to us, then a closed web would be the opposite. A closed web would have limited accessibility, one where you're restricted by perhaps hardware capability, by the speed of the internet that you're using, the access rather to the internet, by perhaps government or corporate policy. A closed web is one that ignores consideration of the wide range of users who make use of assistive technologies. In similar vein, a closed web is also one that limits creatability, where you can't access the source code to see how something was done, where proprietary platforms are the most widely used. You sort of imagine that, where what you can create ends up being limited by someone else's imagination. So I think it's important to keep that in contrast. And again, so if the web itself is just this digital network of connections, we get to determine what it's moving towards. Is it becoming more open or is it becoming more closed? All right, so that's the first part of our idea. So if WordPress is an operating system for the open web, this gives us some ways to think about what does the open web mean. And I suggest that the open web is an ideal state that we're working towards, where it's accessible and it empowers creativity. All right, so what about an operating system? I think an operating system at a high level is simply a system for operating something. The ones that we're most familiar with tend to be things like we take our smartphones, where you have iOS for those in Apple's ecosystem, Android. On computers, you have Mac OS, Windows, Linux. On televisions these days, you have Android TV, tvOS. Same with cars. It was interesting to discover that Tesla uses Linux as the base for its operating system. Well, that was cool. Watches, smart home devices, you get the idea. Now when I think about an operating system, for our purposes, I think there are three key components that are worth considering. You have first the audience, which is who the operating system was designed for. You have second the capability, which is what the operating system is capable of. And third, the interface, which is what the audience uses to access the capabilities of the operating system. So an operating system, within the context of our discussion, provides an audience with an interface to the system's capability. So with that in mind, let's take a look at WordPress. This morning I want to look at three aspects of WordPress. First, you have WordPress, the project, which includes WordPress itself, its mission to democratize publishing, its nature as an open source project, history, etc. The second I want to look at is the community. That's all of us who use WordPress, and that includes the volunteers, people who attend events or organize events, all of us here. The third I want to look at is the ecosystem. That includes all the products and services built on WordPress and connected to it. So let's start with the project. WordPress was originally created with a focus on bloggers and provided them with the capability of starting the blog and an interface to manage it. Some of you might remember what that looked like back in 1.5. There was an even earlier version as well, but this is the one that was worth screenshotting. I suggest that from the beginning, you could look past blogging, which was an important initial focus, to see the mission at play, this democratization of the creation of content on the open web. Blogging was that initial focus. And I think there's something else too, with the nature of WordPress as an open source project built on the 4 freedoms. If you go to the About page, you can see those. It's a great illustration, and you can read up on them in more detail. And I think that's actually a really important part of what gave early adopters of WordPress the confidence to adopt it and that sense of personal ownership that led to their continued investment in the project. I think that focus of empowering non-technical users, because a lot of these bloggers, people interested in it, they weren't technical. They were looking for a way to sort of get into it without knowing how to sort of build something themselves. And WordPress focused on empowering them. I think that focus on empowering non-technical creators has been a key to WordPress success. And the community then came out of the project and created the ecosystem that we have today. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend the book Milestones, which is the story of WordPress. I forget the exact URL. Oh, there it is, milestonesbook.wordpress.com. It's a fascinating read that sort of takes you through the early history of the project. So if we accept that open is the ideal state of the web that we want, then I suggest it should have an effect on the choices that we make and the things that we do. When I think about WordPress, I feel like its focus from the beginning on being accessible and empowering creativity is really well aligned with those 2 characteristics of an open web, one that's accessible and one that empowers people to be able to create on it. Do we think it's arrived? No. I think it's, and is it even as accessible as it could be? No. We're making a lot of progress though, and as I look at it, I feel like WordPress is a lot further along than a lot of the alternatives. I suggest that WordPress is built on a really strong open web foundation. And when I think of it, I see it as an important indicator of how well the web is doing as a whole. I think the more accessible that we can make WordPress and the more that it empowers people to create on the web, the more hope I think there is for the web to become more open. And that's where I think this idea of WordPress as an operating system proves especially helpful. I think of it as a lens that we can look at the project, at the community, and the ecosystem through. And that's what it is. I see it as this kind of a helpful lens. As we look through each of them, we can consider, okay, if we think of it that way, if we think of it as an operating system, what are the implications? What does that mean at each different level of WordPress? So let's do that. Let's start with the audience. So WordPress there's a lot of people who use WordPress, and I think this can confuse us, especially for those of us who've been in the project for longer. WordPress's primary audience is non-technical. The majority of people who use WordPress, and there's a wide spectrum of experience, but the majority of people who use WordPress, and especially those who are just getting into it, tend to be non-technical. And if we keep that in mind, then as we look at things like its focus on accessibility and what it empowers them to do, that can help us make better choices and prioritize things. And there's a few areas of the project where I think being clear on who that audience is could affect what we do. One example is onboarding. It can be strange to a lot of us here who are familiar with WordPress to imagine someone using WordPress for the very first time. That's one of the great things about being a part of your local meetup. You can get a chance to see that happening. And it's been an eye-opening thing for me to have someone come in and with no experience in WordPress at all, and watching them go through those early steps and the questions that they ask and the things that seem normal to us, like setting the homepage, going to settings, reading, choosing it from the drop-down. That's not intuitive to someone who isn't familiar with it. So looking at it through the lens of, if we take this idea of WordPress being an operating system and that non-technical audience, looking at the onboarding flow, what does it look like for someone to use WordPress for the first time? One thing that I found really helpful is to think about what it's like for our kids to use WordPress. I've had my son is 9, my daughter is 6, and to sort of see them, like helping them set up their first sites and see them experience the admin interface for the first time can be very eye-opening. Especially when you consider that for a lot of our kids, they're growing up on touchscreen devices. The concept of a mouse and a lot of what we're used to isn't familiar to them. Another area of the project where I think this idea of the audience can be really helpful is in contribution. So if WordPress is for non-technical creators, how can we make it easier for non-technical folks to contribute to the project? There's been a lot of progress here in recent years. There's a lot of talks over the next few days about contribution as a non-technical person. And that's an area where I think we just need to keep asking ourselves the question, how do we empower more diversity of experience, of interest, and capability to the mission of the project? Another area where I think this idea can be helpful is in our messaging. How do we talk about WordPress? How do we tell its story? How do we explain it to someone who hasn't heard of it, or to someone who has? The idea of WordPress, it can mean a lot of different things to different people. And another thing to consider, if someone non-technical finds their way into a very technical part of the project, how do we treat them? What kind of a message do we give them? Another area that's, I think, becoming increasingly more relevant is this notion of advocacy. Within the context of an open web, what are some of the decisions that are being made that affect the future of the web as a whole? And what work can we do as a community to represent the mission of WordPress, to democratize publishing, to democratize this sort of creativity on the web, and influence those decisions? So again, these are all important things. I suggest that if you think of it through the lens of an operating system with an audience and a focus on capability, then it can give us some more clarity on where to focus and prioritize our efforts. All right, so what about capability? I think there's a few areas where this focus on thinking of the capability of a system can affect what we do. I think one good example is technology adoption. As new technologies for creating on the web are made available, what can we do in the WordPress project to encourage safe experimentation with these technologies and to facilitate their adoption? How can we make it easier for technology creators who maybe don't know WordPress to make their technologies available? Another area in the realm of capability is extensibility. How do we make it easier to add new capabilities to WordPress? So much of what it is today is because of all the capabilities that have been added to it. There's incredible things that you can do today. How do we make it easier to make new ones? And as that happens, this is particularly challenging. How do we make it easier for those capabilities to work well together? Another aspect of capability is integration. How do we make it easier for products and services outside of WordPress to integrate well with it? You have to imagine that a lot of the folks doing the integration work, maybe they've built a SaaS, they've created something, and maybe they don't know WordPress. How do we make it easier for them to navigate what needs to get done and how to best do it? How do we guide them through that process once they've started? What examples can we point them to? How do we support them along the way? Here's a couple of recent examples of technologies that I'm personally excited about. The WP GraphQL project is working to bring the power of GraphQL to WordPress. In my early experiments with it, I recalled that sense that I felt when I first started getting into WordPress development. of being empowered to do something I hadn't been able to do before. I think it's a good example of a technology that some can find really useful, and I've been really happy to see work going on that. A lot of good things happening there. Another example is the AMP project. Its focus at a high level is on democratizing great user experiences, and I think there's a lot of really valuable lessons that we can learn from the work that's been done there and apply it to WordPress. And I've been really excited to see more of that happening, more adoption and experimentation with it, and conversations. There's been a lot of really helpful conversations that have been triggered by the work done on the AMP project. In similar vein, there's been a lot more talk recently on the technology side of Gatsby. It's an open source framework for creating web applications, and it opens up a lot of new possibilities to be able to create things that you just couldn't as readily create before. And again, keep in mind, so these are technologies that by themselves could be pretty daunting and intimidating to a non-technical user. So a lot of the opportunity, and why I think it's helpful to think about these things, is how do we take these technologies and make them accessible and use them to empower creativity through WordPress? And how do we make it easy for the folks building those technologies? How do we bridge that gap for them? So Gatsby's another good example. Another technology that I'm personally excited about is the Tide project. It's a new component in the WordPress project. It's focused on providing automated scans of plugins and themes, and I think there's a lot of potential for it to serve as a baseline for guiding best practices for people developing in WordPress and to improve guidance for end users. So we have the audience, we have the capabilities, and the interface. Here's what WordPress is kind of looking like today. So the interface to WordPress, we refer to it as the WordPress admin, and this is the thing that enables its audience to access the capabilities. So there are a few areas, again, through this lens of an operating system. If we think about the interface in WordPress, how might that thinking affect the way that we look at the future of the interface? The first, again, is accessibility. While we acknowledge that it's a work that can't be finished, do we feel confident that we're making continual progress to make it more accessible for people wanting to create in WordPress? Another one that's really interesting to me is choices. The philosophy, an aspect of the philosophy of the WordPress project is decisions and not options. How can we extend that to the many choices WordPress users are faced with? How can we make it easier for people to choose the right plugins and themes, blocks for their needs? What can we do to improve the experience searching for and evaluating and testing new capabilities in WordPress? Again, these are ideas that I think if we take this idea of thinking of WordPress as an operating system, it can help us prioritize efforts and say, okay, yeah, let's make this easier for non-technical users to make decisions. Let's not just give them a bunch of stuff. So that's a look at the project. Now let's look at the idea of WordPress, the community, and through this lens of an operating system. So when you think about the community, so the community is all of us, any of us who use WordPress, who attend events, who participate, who volunteer and contribute. So let's think about the different points of interaction for a moment. The ones that come to mind to me is sort of most prevalent. You have your in-person conversations. You have a lot of people who hear about WordPress the first time through a friend, through a coworker, through someone they just met. You have your WordPress events, your meetups, your WordCamps. Those have become a key way for the community to interact with each other. And many attendees are new to WordPress and also new to the events. We have the web presence that touches on things like support forums, Slack, blog comments, social media. All of those facilitate interaction with the community. And we have service providers. Many people interact with the community through a service provider, someone who's helping them create a blog or build something on the web. I suggest that when we think about the community through that lens of WordPress as an operating system, when we think about the primarily non-technical users and what they're doing, creating on the open web, that there are a few areas of focus, things that we could think about that might affect things that we do as a community. The first that comes to mind is improving the way that we talk about WordPress. So if we take this idea and say, okay, if it makes sense to us, let's improve how we talk about it. We can use language and examples that focus on making WordPress more accessible and more empowering. We can consider the level of experience and interest with our audience. This is something I've personally worked to get better at, and I've noticed a marked difference in the responses. I can ask someone, hey, have you heard of WordPress? And a lot of people have. But then what? Then what do you say? Or even if they have, how do you explain what it is? And I think there's a lot of opportunity to improve how we position it. And it's what you say about it can have a powerful effect. Another area where I think thinking about the audience and the capability can help us is keeping our events primarily non-technical. I think if we look at the events, look at the things that we do through the lens of first-time attendees and people new to WordPress, I think it's really important to minimize our assumptions. And note that I'm saying primarily. One of my experiences with this, I helped to co-organize a meetup in my local community, and my fellow co-organizer and I, and some of the folks early involved, we had a very strong technical skew, and so by our own interest, a lot of the talks initially were very technical. And as time went on, I noticed that, and some of the feedback we got, that was quite intimidating for someone who was new to WordPress. And with the way that we set up our meetups, like we want just anyone to be able to come and show up. So that's, as we've been looking at the future of that, let's say, all right, there's definitely room for doing highly technical things, but those should come secondary to a primary focus of saying someone can show up and enjoy the benefits of being able to connect to the community. I think another area is just a general focus on improving the experience of web interactions. Thinking about, and I know there's been a lot of good efforts to this, but something always just to keep working on. Thinking about when someone joins Slack for the first time, how do we help them navigate that experience? When people ask questions in support forums or on social media, what do we do to continuously improve the experience that we're helping create? Some of the things that I'm especially excited about, I've loved this growing focus on the idea of Kids Camp. It's been super cool to see that happening here and a few other places. Just the general idea of welcoming children into the community is something that I think is so important, and I'm excited to see it happening. I want to see a lot more of it. One of the things that I've been thinking about lately, I volunteer at my local school, and like thinking about what can we do to bring WordPress more prominently into the classroom. Even with my son's recent experience, he came home and was showing me something he'd built on a proprietary platform. And as excited as I was to see that happening, I was like, oh man, I wish, so what can I do to help empower the teachers to know that they can make use of WordPress? Speaking of which, I think another area where we can apply this to the community is a general focus on just empowering volunteers. And I'm really excited about a lot of what's happening there. The make.wordpress.org has grown a lot over the years. There's a tremendous amount of valuable resources there, and it's getting better all the time. Something I'm excited about. Another one is this idea, it's been around for a bit, of 5% for the future. We're starting to see companies adopt it more. There's been efforts to expand on helping people understand what it means, to evangelize the idea more, to find ways to give recognition to people for their contributions to the project. I think that's an area to be excited about within the context of the community. There's a couple of screenshots, Kids Camp, make.wordpress. So last we have this idea of WordPress as an operating system. How am I on time? My timer guy left. 2 minutes? Sweet. So if we take this idea of WordPress as an operating system through the lens, the ecosystem rather, through that lens, there's a lot of already available to us today and a lot more becoming available all the time. Some of the examples of ecosystem participants, you have plugin creators, theme creators, freelancers of all ranges of capability, agencies, marketplaces, hosting providers, SaaS providers. We're starting to see a lot more software as a service companies getting involved in the ecosystem, which I think is really exciting for a lot of different reasons. And as ecosystem participants, ourselves included, are looking at WordPress, I suggest that this idea of thinking of WordPress as an operating system can have a really positive impact on some of the things that we do. A few examples that come to mind are integration strategy. how does your product or service work with WordPress? From a technical perspective, does it follow integration guidelines and best practices? And from a user experience level, does it feel native? Positioning, how do you describe your product or service in relationship to WordPress? With investment, organizations will set aside budgets for ensuring that their products and services are accessible to users in the operating systems that they're using. What type of investments being made in WordPress? That's something that organizations can think about. Just a few examples that I'm excited about. I love the work that Google's been doing on the AMP project. I love what BigCommerce has been doing recently. HubSpot's been doing some good things. There's a lot of good examples. Block Lab's another favorite of mine, making it easier to build stuff in WordPress with the new editor. I suggest that success in the WordPress ecosystem is dependent on the ability of a participant to acknowledge that audience of primarily non-technical users and helping that audience be more creative and do more on the open web. All right, so I hope that was helpful to you. It's been really helpful to me, this notion of navigating it, and I hope that you can use it as a lens as you think about what you're working on in WordPress and the opportunities that you have to help guide others who are doing things in WordPress. Thank you. If anyone has questions, there's mics going around, and just make sure that you speak into the mic.
Hi, Mark with Web Professionals here. Are you familiar with Sir Tim Berners-Lee contract for the web?
Only in name. I haven't seen it recently.
Okay, because he addresses a lot of the points that you're discussing there. It might be worthwhile investigating that a little further.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take a look.
I'm Dane Morgan. Thinking about WordPress as an operating system for the web, an operating system is an integral thing. It makes a thing what it is in a lot of ways. And I wonder if you've been paying attention to the discussion around ethics and the tension that that has with open source, especially with like the first freedom.
I've been paying some attention to it. I think one of the areas that's been interesting to me is to see, I've mentioned specifically with different governments and their policies about access to the web, kind of, et cetera. I think it's an area that, it's complex, but we need to be paying more attention to. And I think WordPress has an important role that it can play in championing the ability to access and create on the web. So, but there's always more to be looking at, though. Anyone else?
Hi, Ron Broom. You kind of spoke within the context of the bubble of WordPress, and there's external forces in the web that are often anti-democratic. For example,
Yeah.
I mean, you think of it in terms of SEO, for example, where you have to play the SEO game to get ranked, even though you might have the best content, and so. How do we address that? I mean, you cite AMP as an example, for example, of something that's more democratic. I actually see it as less democratic because you're stripping away the creativity of the website developers in order to optimize for performance. And so there's these external forces kind of pushing on the outside of the WordPress bubble, if you will. How do you address that?
I think it's important to consider, what I'm excited about AMP as a technology and some of the possibilities. It's not that I want everyone to use it. That could be great. There could be other things but the fact that there's a conversation happening in progress is what's important to me. I think it's important to separate the discoverability and how people find things from the ability to create. It is an important issue, but in my mind, WordPress is at the heart of the ability to create on the web. It's not a guarantee that someone will find what you're doing. But without that foundation of creativity, I think we can't really have a meaningful conversation about how things are discovered. So, thank you. Do we have time, or is that?
There's still 2 minutes.
Okay, any other questions? Cool, thank you guys.
How y'all doing today? Are you loving St. Louis? It's pretty amazing. I just want to say a big thank you to all of the organizers and volunteers who have worked so tirelessly putting this all together. You really did an amazing job, so thank you. My name is Jody Riccelli. You are stuck with me as your host for the next couple of hours. I did have coffee, so we should be okay. Just a gentle reminder to silence all your cell phones, electronic devices, if you have those on you. It's great if you want to move closer to the center so that folks can get to the empty seats if they are stumbling in a little bit late to this session. If anyone here has any additional accessibility needs, please come find one of us so we can help you out. We want to make sure that you have everything that you need. This is a full-length presentation, so there will be a Q&A at the end. We do have a microphone to pass around so that folks can get their questions in. In the interest of time, just please hold all of your questions till that Q&A session. Let's see, what else do we need to talk about? The most important thing, I think, other than the session we're about to see, is that tonight is WordFest. Don't forget, it's going to be at the City Museum. You will need your badge in order to enter the event this evening, so don't forget it. I hear amazing things about this facility. I hear it's like a big playground for adults. So I'm really excited to see all of you there tonight. And now to the session. How to perform a quality UX audit on a budget. Your speaker today is Maddie Osman. Maddie is an SEO content strategist who works with clients like Automatic, Kinsta, Code and WP. Her background in WordPress web design contributes to a well-rounded understanding of SEO and how to connect brands to relevant search prospects. You can learn more about her on her blog, which is theblogsmith.com, and also read all of her latest articles on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, Maddie Osman.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here with you today. A little bit nervous, too, but I'm sure you guys will be nice to me. So let's go ahead and get this started. We're going to talk about how to create kind of a framework for user testing in your organization and how to do it without breaking the bank, essentially. So I'm not going to go over this stuff because we've already done that. We'll just move forward. I wanted to start by talking about how I first got involved with user experience design and user testing. It was very much influenced by the first job that I had in college. I worked for a marketing agency, and my boss there was the type of person who always championed the user. Whenever I would turn in a new web design project, he would question every element that I included and if it was relevant and if it was really serving the purpose that it needed to. And that mindset followed me through today. I don't do as much web design nowadays. I'm more interested in the writing side of things, which luckily still gives me the opportunity to play around with WordPress to inform what I'm writing about. But the things that he taught me really stuck with me because they're universal. They go past web design. And I'll put that into context a little bit more as we go on. But today, my main involvement as it relates to user testing is I offer it as a service to clients. And so auditing people's websites and trying to find issues that could be made better is something I do on a daily basis. And I'm hoping to help you understand how to do that with your websites and other products as well. So let's start by just defining what a user test consists of. What is user testing? Essentially, it involves observing how users interact with your product. You're trying to see if there's something that you've missed, and ultimately, you're trying to test your assumptions to see if you were wrong. And if you are wrong and you uncover something useful in a user test, then it's all the better for you, and you're going to make a great final product, even if you feel a little bit stung that whatever you first created, isn't the best it could be. But that's okay. It's okay to fail first. It's okay to not know everything right away. It's better to get into the mindset that people can help you to uncover things that you wouldn't be aware of yourself. And we've talked a little bit about this so far, why you should even bother doing usability testing, but I'm going to give you a couple more reasons to sort of solidify that idea. The first one, and one that's really important to me just with the work that I do with clients, is that there's a strong relationship between user experience and SEO. And it's not always a tangible thing. Google doesn't tell us every single algorithm signal that influences ranking, but we do know some things. For example, Google recently, within the past year or two, made HTTPS a ranking signal, which is installing an SSL certificate on your website to help encrypt user data. In the past, this is something that was probably only used with like e-commerce sites or banking sites, sites where people are submitting sensitive user information that they want to have protected. But Google has basically told us that this is something that we want to do on every website because we want to protect all user data. We don't want to be the reason why somebody has their password leaked in some hacking attempt. And so by using HTTPS, that's one step that we can take that Google has told us to protect our websites and our users. Another perfect example is mobile as a ranking factor, and if your website is responsive and indexable on mobile. So, just saying mobile in general doesn't really provide a framework for how we can make mobile usable, but it's something that's been discussed very extensively online in recent years. So if you're looking for a checklist, it's something that's easy to find. And then the last and perhaps most important user experience factor for websites today is page speed and performance. There's a stat, I think it starts with Kissmetrics, but somebody else might have initially reported it. But there's a stat that goes something along the lines of, if it takes more than 3 seconds for your website to load, then people will bounce and never look at another page, and might be ruined for the future, even if you do make user experience changes on your website. So what I'm trying to say is that you can't always look at a website and based on the design figure out if it's usable or not. You have to be thinking about all these other factors, and those are just a few. But the good news is that Google gives us some tools to also measure these things. So like Google Page Speed Insights, they have a mobile-friendly test that you can use. And so if Google's telling us something and they're giving us tools to measure it, then you better be paying attention to it. Otherwise, you're missing opportunities to provide a better user experience and ultimately connect with your ideal customers. One of the things that I hear a lot when I'm doing these UX audits for clients is that they're having issues with conversions, or they're trying to figure out what part of the process conversions break down. So one of the main reasons that somebody would even bother to do a UX audit is because ultimately that's where the money's at. If there's an issue that's getting in the way of people purchasing your product, wouldn't you want to know what that is? This is something that's really interesting that I see a lot when I'm going through WordPress sites specifically. A lot of people will take the demo content from whatever their preferred theme is and sort of fill in the blanks. And I don't think that it's an issue to use demo content as a frame of reference and to help you style a page. But when you're letting that demo content determine what you're going to show on your website, what specific sections you have on your homepage, for example, you're missing out on the opportunity to connect with your users in the way that they want to be connected to you, just because you're not really thinking for yourself in that scenario, and you're not letting data, analytics, testing, and things like that influence how you're putting your website together. You're letting demo content do that. Another really good reason for user testing that I've already kind of alluded to here is the opportunity to get out of your own head, your own biases, whatever might be influencing you to think that that's what you should be putting on your website. So let's talk a little bit about how to go about picking the ideal users to help you with tests. There are many different categories, and some will provide more useful insights than others. So it helps to start with people that you know. They are probably not going to give you the most useful feedback, only because they want to please you, they want you to be happy, they don't want to be confrontational. But they're a great first pass, especially when it comes to testing certain elements. Are there links that are broken that they're noticing that they're not being able to go to certain pages for? Are there any other issues? Do images not make sense? Whatever. They can help you to have that sort of first line of defense against having a badly usable page, and they can provide some useful insights from the start. Also, in terms of businesses, blogs, and so on, you might have a lot of members of your audience that are willing to help you and who understand what you do probably better than your friends or family who are outside of your space would. So recruiting volunteers from your audience can be another sort of like first line attack against bad usability. Again, they're going to be biased because they like you, they want to please you, but they're a little bit more ready to handle useful feedback. Kind of like I said, they already know your audience, or they know what you do. But honestly, your best bet is to recruit user testers who are not a part of your audience at all. Even in different industries can be really useful, because just like with marketing or coming up with creative ideas for your business in general, getting outside of your own industry usually leads to a lot of insights, because it'll help you sort of pressure test, is your terminology too specific? Are you catering too specifically to one type of user when your website should be understandable by people who maybe aren't in your industry? So it's useful to have people in your industry to help, but it's also just as useful, I think, to get people who have no idea what your product is about to truly test if it is understandable and if it makes sense to go from point A to point B when it comes to making a conversion. So the next most important question is, how many user testers are enough to get useful insights on average? So Jacob Nielsen published this study, and you can kind of see by the graph at what point returns become diminishing. And he says that it's about 5 users per stage of the design. So it's not always helpful to wait till the end of a project to bring in a user tester. In fact, Jacob Nielsen says that the more user testers you involve early on, the less that you have to use throughout the final stages of the project, because you can identify issues as they come up. You can proactively make changes as you move from wireframe to mock-up to final product. And there's another book by another well-respected figure in the usability space. His name's Steve Krug, and he has this book called Rocket Surgery Made Easy, and he argues that you might only need 3 user tests if you're doing them on a regular basis, if you're consistently looking for opportunities to improve. And so it's up to you. I would say it's somewhere between 3 and 5 per design stage, but after that, it might not make sense to spend the money because you're just not going to get as many new useful insights. So you're sold on usability testing. You know who to recruit. So now, what kinds of questions are you going to ask these people? It helps to start with your goals. What do you want to get out of this user test? What issues are you currently facing on your website? What do you want to do? What final output are you looking for from these people? So make sure that you know what these are before you start, or at least figure them out after your first user tester, because that's going to define the types of questions that you're going to ask. This is kind of like an icebreaker question to start. And this is probably mostly relevant if you're doing in-person user tests. And we're going to talk a little bit about the different testing environments that there are. But just to say that this is probably most relevant for when you can physically be with that person and talk to them and get to know them. This type of question is designed to put that person at ease, get them talking, understanding how they interact with the internet, so kind of to see if they're an advanced user, if they're a digital native, or if they're not and if they don't interact with the internet often. I think questions like these are especially important when you're dealing with that latter audience, maybe an older person who didn't grow up with computers and the internet, so that you can truly understand if that's your target audience, if there are issues with your website that are tripping them up and getting in the way of conversions. And so the next series of questions you might ask involve feedback about each specific page. There are a couple of different ways that you can structure a user test, and a lot of the times when I'm doing these for clients, they send me a list of links that they want me to go through, or they talk about a certain process like the checkout flow or how to sign up for an account on a website, things like that. So it's usually page by page, or it's a specific task, which I think is actually my next point, or one soon coming up. But either way, just make sure you know what you want to find out. Comes back to goals. And oftentimes when I'm doing these tests for clients, I structure it in terms of having one page that I review for them, 5 pages or 10. And I find that a lot of people start with the one just because they want to know what user testing is. A lot of e-commerce websites will ask for the 5-page test because then they can have me go over their homepage, product page, category page, and then a couple other pages. And then the 10-page test that I do is for people who really want to overhaul their websites. At least that's what I find. And we'll talk a little bit more about how I structure selling these services, but that can give you a little bit of a taste of that. Another good question to ask is, what do you make of a specific element? Maybe it's like the hero image area. Maybe it's how you're calling attention to different services. You want to ask questions like, what strikes you about this? What would you do next? Where would you want to click? And digging into this question is another thing that's a lot easier to do when you're in person with somebody, because you can model your questions based off of what they're saying. But it's also something you could ask even if you're not in person with them, and just ask for as much detail as you can. So I've alluded to this already, but it sometimes helps, especially if you know what your goals are and what the most important conversion action is, to define a specific action for the user to take. So for example, let's say that I have a travel website where I'm selling tour packages. I might direct the user to go on the website and attempt to find a package to go to Spain for 9 days and go through the checkout process for that. So telling a story, like giving people a brief, is a great way to just follow along and see how they're using your website, and to be able to watch and take in how they're doing that and the things that frustrate them or trip them up along the way. So when you're designing questions, and especially when you're not in person with these people, you want to make sure that what you're saying is straightforward so that they understand what you're trying to get out of that question. So for example, try to avoid any sort of like web development jargon, like talking about hero images, for example. The average user probably wouldn't know what that is, or talking about like a hamburger menu, they probably wouldn't know what you're referring to exactly. And especially with industry-specific jargon, if you're in a really technical niche where the average person doesn't know like the acronyms that you use, stuff like that, just make sure to over-explain and you'll probably be fine. Another good thing to keep in mind is breaking up complicated questions into smaller ones. Kind of like I was saying, what do you make of this specific element? What strikes you about it? Trying to, get one answer for each question instead of asking one question and expecting them to, give you a lot of material to work with. And again, just be really specific so that when people are asking questions, you can get useful data from them and get to the root of the issues that you might be having. So these are the questions whenever somebody orders one of my UX audit services. These are my standard questions that I ask everyone. So first of all, just asking, what do you want me to cover with this audit? Are there any issues that you want me to keep in mind? And this is when people often talk about conversions or some other point of friction that people are complaining about, or part of their design that they're thinking about changing up and looking for insights for. I also asked them to describe their target customer, and I think this is really important, and I know I'm going to talk about it later, but being able to put yourself in that target customer's shoes is necessary, because I might not be that person when somebody says, their ideal customer is like a 55-year-old male. I can't really speak to that, but I can try to think in terms of, what influences these people, what would trip them up about the terminology or the functionality. And especially when I ask this question and people talk about an older audience, I always look to see how big the text is, are there certain page elements that just don't really make sense? And so keeping that ideal perspective in mind is necessary for producing useful results. And then finally, what important goals are you hoping to achieve, like with these pages? It kind of ties back to conversions, but sometimes people elaborate a little bit more when I ask that. So when I'm delivering audits to people, they can take on a couple of different forms. One is the main thing that I share with people once they order the service is a screen recording. So that's kind of the typical UX audit deliverable. It's just stream of consciousness as you're going through the website, and sharing your feedback, answering the questions they have, sometimes referring back to the brief, but mostly just using the website and trying to make sense of it. But another thing that I do for clients, especially when they order like the 5 and 10 page services, is I will provide a report for them where I go over those I go over the screen recordings and I make it into a more useful document that they could send on to a web developer. And part of that involves using annotated screenshots. So it's not always helpful to just take a screenshot and say, there's something wrong with this element. It's more helpful to circle things, make notes, give directional cues. And I use Evernote for that. I think the tool used to be called Sketch, but now it's just part of Evernote. So if you use Evernote, you can use it for free. And another tool that I'm going to talk about later in these slides is BugHerd. They also have an annotated screenshot functionality, but I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a few, and actually now. So, so now that you kind of have a basic framework for picking user testers and what questions to ask and why you should even bother at all, let's talk about how to actually do it in terms of the different setups you might have and different tools that can help you get useful feedback. So the first is an in-person usability test. This is really the gold standard. It's also probably going to be the most expensive way to do it, just because you have to sort of take time out of your day. If you don't have like a computer lab situation or a conference room where you can set up, computers that other people on your team aren't using, you might have to rent a space for it. And when it comes to in-person usability tests, you will be hard-pressed to find anybody to participate unless you incentivize them with money for their time or gift cards. Doesn't have to be a large amount, but you have to be respectful of the fact that people are physically coming out to see you, taking time out of their day, and trying to help you. So in general, I think it's a good idea if you're seeking out users to incentivize them that way and compensate them for their time. The pros of this approach is the fact that you can elaborate on any questions you ask. You can dig deeper. You can, let the user test sort of dictate where you go, and it's just the best way to actually connect with someone and get the most useful feedback. And the cons, like I said, is just budget, time out of your day, having to figure out the setup and all that stuff. But there's a tool that can help you do a lot of that stuff online. User testing, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. It's kind of like the industry-leading user testing platform. This is probably the second most expensive way to do it, just because they've built their business around this. They know what they're doing, and they can command higher prices for it. But the nice thing about user testing is not only do you have a wide pool of participants, if there are certain demographic information that you're interested in, like if you want to target by gender or age or where they live and things like that, you can also ask people screener questions though. So for example, if you're a WordPress business and if you want to know if your user tester has any experience in the back end of WordPress, you could say things like, have you ever logged into WP admin or something like that? So those screener tests are especially useful on user testing if you're looking for a very specific person. But ultimately, it's not a platform that I would use all the time just because, honestly, I try to get things as cheap as I can when I can. And user testing is something that ideally you're doing quite often. So, if you're a smaller business, it doesn't always make sense to go with the industry leader. Sometimes you have to cobble together other stuff, which is what I'm going to talk about next. So, Fiverr, a lot of people hate it, and I get it. It used to be a platform where gigs started at $5, which for most people doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, especially because some of their customers can be quite cheap and don't like to accept deliveries from people without a fight. So the good news is that Fiverr has changed a lot in the past few years. It's no longer required that a gig start at $5. You can set your pricing. Obviously, you have to be competitive in the marketplace if you want to be able to sell your gigs. And so it's still a good place to go for user testing because they tend to be lower priced gigs. And you can also search by demographic information kind of like you would on user testing. I sell my services on Fiverr. I'm on their pro marketplace, which means I can actually make money on the platform. But something to consider if you want to sell user tests or if you want to buy user tests. Inspectlet is another really useful tool. I'm not really sure how it fits into GDPR and if this is, legit or not for people that serve European Union customers because it records IP addresses and things like that. But essentially, it works to record your user sessions on your website, and you can get 500 free sessions a month, which I think their closest competitor would be something like Hotjar, which gives you heat maps and other useful data. But for a free tool, at least up to 500 sessions a month, you can get a lot of useful data by just watching how people are using your website. BugHerd, I talked about a little bit. Another very different tool than user testing, and essentially it allows you to put a little feedback button. It's like a translucent thing that kind of lives on your website. You can enable it for the public to be able to say, hey, the link on this page is broken, or this doesn't make sense to me, or whatever, which is really cool. You can also use it privately with a team. So if you were going through your website and finding things you want to change, want to document it in a useful way, and again, use that annotated screenshots feature, BugHerd is definitely a great tool for that. I think it's something like $35 a month, and then you get team members too. So we'll quickly go through how to be a good user tester if you want to try it from the other side. Most important thing is to narrate your thoughts as you have them. Even if something seems silly to you to say, the more feedback that you can give someone, the better. Another important thing is going through really just about every element on the website that you can see. The logo, the menu, the tagline, the hero image, the services section, testimonials. Whatever you see on that page, don't finish without commenting on it, even if it's, I think you did a good job with this. You also want to acknowledge the perspective of your audience. I already talked about this, so I'll move forward. Another thing that I've thought about recently is sharing ideas for A/B testing, because when I comment on something, I'm not always super confident that it's going to work. And so what I tell people is, I think this could work, why don't you test it out? And again, be positive. You don't have to be totally negative on a user test. You can bring people up while you're also kind of bringing them down. I'm going to skip this, but it's just what I already said about how to structure packages. And then I'm going to quickly go through some books you should read if you want to learn more. This is the gold standard, The Design of Everyday Things. It will change your life. Don Norman wrote it. He's like an academic. He's got a bunch of examples and figures and things of actual products in real life. So that's a great one to start with. And then Don't Make Me Think by Steve Krug. I've already alluded to him. Really useful, short book, easy to digest chapters if you don't like reading that much. And then another book by Steve Krug is Rocket Surgery Made Easy. And it's kind of a book that's different from his other book in that it helps you diagnose issues instead of just running a user test. So with that, I'm done. Any questions I can answer?
How much do you pay for usability testers on Fiverr?
It depends. So you can sort by what price you're wanting to pay, but I'll go back to what I had there because that actually models my Fiverr gig pretty exactly. So I charge like $10 for one page with a 5-minute screen recording, $35 for 5 pages, and I think it's like a 25-minute screen recording, and then $115 for 10 pages plus that detailed report, and I can't remember how long that one is. But I usually try to over-deliver on the screen recordings because that's where people get the most value, and I just like to talk, so it's easy to do. Any other questions? Another one, okay.
When you do the $10 audit, are you the only test user, or are you hiring third-party test users?
I do it myself just because I guess I could outsource it. But what I hear a lot from people on Fiverr, which might ruin it for you guys as a platform, is people are really inconsistent with the quality of the user tests that they're delivering. So my suggestion to you would be to make sure to read reviews. That's the best way to determine if a Fiverr seller is someone who's like actually going to give you something that you want. Any others?
I work for a small web shop.
Okay.
So is there a good way to scale this down if somebody's only, if it's only like an $8,000 or $10,000 website, you don't have the resources to do all that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say use platforms like Fiverr, use your friends and family to start, find other ways to incentivize people. It doesn't have to be money, it doesn't have to be gift cards, maybe you enter them in a drawing. I think as long as it's not an in-person user test, there's ways to get it quite affordably. I don't know if that answered your question though.
I guess to a degree.
Care to elaborate?
I guess we kind of prioritize.
Like time involved?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you check out Steve Krug's Rocket Surgery Made Easy, he puts together like a beautiful framework for how to set it up, like all the things you need to remember day of and planning, and it's just really straightforward. He kind of describes it as you do it once a month and you have your 3 user testers and they kind of go back to back. I think it's like an hour-long session, if that. Of course, it depends on your needs and what you want to do. But he says that it's important to get buy-in from other team members so that you're all kind of in it together and taking, all that feedback in at the same time and sharing thoughts about it. So, I mean, I would say you could do it once a month. If you want to be really effective, you can do it once a month, over a morning period, debrief at lunch, and then you're done. According to Steve Krug. But he's really smart, so worth listening to.
There's a tool called TreeJack. If it's a new website development,
Okay.
It allows you to input the basic architecture of your site, and then that, without having the site already available, allows then users to sort of interact and get feedback that way. Are you familiar with TreeJack? Is that a useful tool or tools like it?
I haven't heard of it, but that definitely makes me curious to test it out. So thank you for bringing that up. Any other questions? Got one in the front and one there, I think.
Hi, I'm a web designer, and I do a little bit of this user testing. I want to go a little deeper. I know you
Sure.
don't have a ton of time, but so you basically went over different people testing the basic stuff. One thing I've really noticed, though, Macs versus PCs, the different Chrome, Safari, and Internet Explorer is the devil. And I was
As we all know.
yeah. So I was just curious, when you do this, do you have a standard you personally do?
Sure. Usually when I do user tests, I default to Chrome unless somebody asks me otherwise. I have all Mac products, so I also make that clear. On Fiverr and I think on user testing, you can tell them like what devices you have, and then people can say like, you know, I really want it on this device. How I set up, how I structure the service is I say, you know, this is for a desktop audit, but if you'd like it to be a mobile audit instead, let me know. Or you can order a mobile audit on top of it. And then sometimes people will ask me about specific browsers. Most people don't. I don't think that most non-web development people keep that in mind. So the option is there, and I prompt people to tell me if that's something they want. But I think when it comes to like actually structuring the service, it's usually straightforward enough if you say, you know, it's desktop or mobile or whatever you want, and you know, these are the devices I have and the browsers that I tend to use. But you can certainly, when you're working with user testers, say like, I want this, this, and this. Sure.
Hi, what are some of the most common design problems, user experience challenges that you run across? Are there consistent pieces of feedback that you find yourself giving often?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. One of my favorite things to point out on the UX audits I do is when I start with the website and I'm looking at whatever I can see before I scroll, right under the logo, a lot of people don't have a tagline, and their business name like doesn't make immediate sense if you haven't been on the website before. So just adding a tagline that starts to allude to who you are and who you serve really helps. And then another thing that I often tell people, even if they have a good tagline, is on the homepage when you get to that like hero image area, to expand on that, say who you are, who you serve, and what makes you different, what makes you unique from your competition. So just like making it obvious what the website even is, like before somebody scrolls or goes to another page, and ideally regardless of what page brings them to your website. That's probably the most common thing that I comment on. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's so many things that come up. Menu structure is another big one. And so like another thing that I often tell people, the difference between saying news versus blog. It's only really news if you're sharing timely things that like have to do with your company. But if you're sharing how-to articles, that's not news, that's a blog. So terminology, even just like menu structure. A lot of times I'll see like a header area with the menu, and there's just like crap all over the place, and there's a lot of like unused white space. Inconsistent white space is another thing that I see often that I think turns people off subconsciously. And another subconscious turn off, at least to me, is when people switch between sentence case and title case in their headings. So anything that's inconsistent is problematic because people might not be able to like consciously tell you that that's an issue, but if there's factors on your website that are hurting their trust, especially if you're an e-commerce business and you're expecting people to put their credit card information in, that's an easy conversion problem to fix, but one that most people don't pay attention to.
I'm a little bit experienced with the user testing in the final stages. Can you talk a little bit more about user testing for wireframes at the very beginning stages, what that looks like, what we should be looking for in a user tester?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think for like the beginning stages, you definitely want someone who's well-versed in design, because otherwise they're not going to be able to extrapolate like this element is supposed to be this. You definitely want to be able to supply them with a figure, an image that shows where certain elements are supposed to be and what they're supposed to be, like labeling them. You certainly want to have a lot of structured questions, especially like, do you get what I'm trying to say with this element, or do you get what this is for? Honestly, I haven't done a whole lot in the earlier stages. Most people come to me with a finished product or a redesign or something like that. But I think it's really useful to test it out and see what works. And sometimes people will even send me like just their site maps and say like, does this make sense? Is there a better way to be sharing this information? That helps most when I can see the live site at the same time, because I can see what they're actually trying to say with that stuff. But even if you had like an outline of what each page is supposed to be, I think you could find a lot of useful insight in that. How much time do we have?
Two more, maybe?
Hi.
Hi.
When it comes to things like little Help Scout widgets where you can search the docs and exit intent pop-ups and things like that,
Yeah.
Things like that could help or hurt conversions, but they also dramatically affect the user experience of navigating a simple website.
Yeah.
Like having a FOMO, like so-and-so just purchased 3 minutes ago,
Right.
might very much help conversions. But where do you come down on that as a user tester?
I defer to Google on that. So Google published some insights, I don't know, in 2017 or something, and they called pop-ups that obscure the website obtrusive interstitials. That's their terminology. But essentially it means that before you can even like access the content, there's something that's getting in the way. And so things like exit intent pop-ups are actually awesome because they give people a chance to first like try to understand if they would even want to subscribe to that website. I think it really comes back to that terminology and like literally interpreting what Google says. Is it getting in the way of content? It's probably, you know, like most prevalent on mobile. Are there too many live chat and the FOMO thing and an email pop-up? If so, that's way too much. But, you know, things like pop-ups, you can make them usable. Another way you could do that is like delaying when somebody sees it. Maybe they look at 2 pages instead of 1. Maybe they scroll 75% of the way down. Maybe they're on your website for 30 seconds, whatever you've determined based on testing.
Hi, with the fact that what is good and what is, I guess, helps conversion changes as we adapt and as we learn more on the internet and stuff, how do you keep up with what is a current best practice or what might help somebody more now versus what it might have done last year?
Sure. So going back to this book, the principles of usability don't change, I think. Web design trends do, for sure. And so I think that it helps to be just a student of your industry in general. What is the competition doing? You know, how are, like, especially in the WordPress world, it's easy to follow along with design trends because that's what we're all talking about. So, you know, follow, as far as WordPress people are concerned, following along with like top industry publications to see what they're talking about and, you know, new things, new tools or things that might get in the way of the user experience or that might help it. So I don't have a great answer for you besides the fact that like definitely check out these books if usability testing is something that you want to learn more about, because it'll help you understand the principles at least. And then, yeah, just really keeping up with industry news and spying on the competition. And it helps if you're stuck with your website. Sometimes it helps to get a usability audit of your competitor to see what other people are noticing about that. Pro tip. We good? Okay. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
y'all doing? You are here for what's going to be, I know, a fantastic session right before we head over into lunch. Just a few notes about that. Lunch is downstairs. Follow the group because I'm sure you'll see everybody kind of running in that direction. It is buffet style. From what I understand, that the dietary needs are going to be assigned at each station. So just pay attention to the various cards at the buffet line for lunch. Kosher, halal meals, you can see a uniformed catering staff member, and they'll be able to help you out with those. And if there's anything else that you need lunch-wise, just find one of the volunteers. They will help you out. And then at 1 p.m., we'll all regroup back in this room. Brian Richards' talk will be happening then. Just a gentle reminder, tonight is going to be WordFest, which in another life was the WordCamp after party, but it's actually tonight, and it has a brand new name. And that's at the City Museum, which I hear is an amazing venue, and that's going to be starting at 7 o'clock. You do need your badges to enter, so please don't forget them. So we hope to see you all there tonight. Now, on to more important things. The next talk is going to be by Corey Ashton. Corey has been listed as one of 7 women who run tech startups in San Antonio, Texas, to watch. She started her first company at age 12 and has had an entrepreneur's heart ever since. She built her first HTML website in 1998 and was instantly hooked on web design. In 2012, she launched a WordPress development firm, which now has 15 employees and is ranked 3rd in the city. She also hosts a weekly give back to the WP community on her growing YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Corey Ashton. Corey is determined to share actionable takeaways to our diverse community in every workshop or webinar. Her talk is called A Mom, a Lesbian, and an Entrepreneur Walk into a WordCamp. Ladies and gentlemen, Corey Ashton.
Thank you. Way to go. Hey, y'all. Thanks for being here with me today. I'm excited that you're passionate, hopefully, about the same topics that I am, which is diversity in our beautiful culture. So we're just going to kind of walk through some ideas on how we can continue to grow that conversation, because even with your presence here, it shows me that you're already very aware and open-minded and excited about inclusivity. So yeah, a mom, a lesbian, and an entrepreneur walk into a WordCamp. I thought this would be edgy enough to get the attention of those accepting applications. I really thought, you know, it sounds like a start of a joke, but it's not. It's actually my life. It's when I walk into the building, when I walk into the room, this is me. I am a mom of 2 handsome little boys. They are 5 and 3 years old, and they are my joy. They're crazy, and they're constantly full of energy. So much fun. Andy and Ethan, they really are just amazing little human beings. I am an entrepreneur. As shared in my bio, I started at the age of 12. I'm blessed, though, to be surrounded by an incredible community back in San Antonio. My mom and dad actually helped me start our company in 2012 as a WordPress agency, and I'll share a little bit more about that later on. And I'm gay, so it's really weird that I can throw on all these different labels, and those of us who are okay with accepting labels, those are the things that we attach to ourselves. I was going to go even longer in my title, but it wasn't going to fit. I can include all of these different things. I am a Christian, which really throws people for a loop when I throw in the LGBT, LMNOP, you know, all those things that we've got in there. And I'm a musician, I'm an artist, I'm a YouTuber, I'm a dog lover, and the last 5 months of my life have sent me for a tailspin with adding in divorcee, as well as July 1st, I was diagnosed with cervical cancer. So I'm claiming cancer survivor. That's where that is. Yeah. Thank you. But no matter what my label was, I have always found a beautiful, accepting community here in WordPress. I remember the first time I walked into a WordCamp. It was WordCamp 2014 in San Francisco. It was the last time it was held there. I walked into it, and I remember seeing the pride flag around and going, what, is it okay? You know, I grew up in a church. This is not okay. And having this beautiful, welcoming environment. to allow openness and conversation where I could be exactly who I was. And I loved that. And then I started to find this welcoming community of being a female in the tech scene and having this beautiful array of men and other women coming around and just supporting and saying, hey, you know, you're welcome here. You're involved in this community. We want you to be involved in this community. And I've just found this loving, beautiful environment. No matter what event I'm at, whether it's at a meetup group in my city of San Antonio, whether it's at a different meetup group in a different city, whether it's at a WordCamp, I've always been able to find welcoming, opening arms. And I'm sure you have as well. Just for the simple fact that you decided with that crazy label on the itinerary, on the schedule, that you would come to this workshop, shows me your heart, shows me your attitude, and your want to cultivate that conversation. So thank you again for being here. Because I want to talk to us about how we build that healthy culture, that healthy community in our environments. How do we take home what feels like being at summer camp, right? This kind of feels like we come here and we get pumped up, we get excited to see each other. We hug necks that we might never see for the rest of the year. We come here and we get kind of on this emotional high and this beautiful culture, this beautiful community that we're celebrating here this weekend. How do we take that home and build that in our own local meetup groups, in our own businesses, in our own work environments? Is culture even important? Do we care? And again, I think we do. But we've all heard this phrase before, right? People don't quit jobs, they quit their bosses. I don't know if all of y'all are on camera, so you might not want to raise your hand in case boss is watching at home. But I'll throw out a loaded question. How many of you have ever experienced a job where you were like, I'm done, I'm out, this is miserable, I can't, there are 2 arms going up, this is good. Oh, loud and proud, there you go. I think, you know, sadly, it's something that as you are an adult and you move job to job to job, we have those experiences, right? We have those moments where you walk into your job and you're just like, oh, why am I here today? You know, halfway through the day, you're staring at the clock going, I really don't want to be here. The stress is piling on. This is miserable. Whether it's your boss shifting that down to you, whether it's a client that you're dealing with, whether it's a project, a code hack that you're struggling with, whatever it might be, whether it's a personal thing that has been carried into work with you, it still is all affecting us. And I want to talk specifically today about those of us in leadership. And maybe you're wanting to move into leadership to make that impact. So all of us are relevant to this conversation. Because so go the leaders, so goes the culture, and I would even say so goes the culture, so goes the company, right? It's very important to me. Very early on in my career, I quit a job because my boss, I don't know, ladies, if you've ever had the day where you wake up and you go, I am not doing makeup, I am doing good to take a shower. You know, at this point, I'm just going to show up and hopefully, you know, I still have a desk and nobody's going to harass me today about not wearing makeup, right? Nobody's going to comment. Inevitably, I got the comments, oh, were you running late today? Or, oh, did you not feel like getting dressed up? You know, and this came straight from my boss, who would come to me in front of other employees and say to me, oh, you're wearing jeans. Yep, I sure am. You're lucky I'm wearing clothes. You know, I'm doing good to be here. So I was tired of being in that environment. I was so tired of dealing with somebody staring at me, judging me. And that trickled in, and that affected me. It affected the way I looked back at her. It affected the way my other coworkers looked at me. It affected the way I felt that they looked at me. And I didn't want that culture. So I decided to open up my own WordPress shop. And because I believe this statement is very true. Culture impacts both internal success as well as external legacy, right? Think about that. Our culture, the things that we do inside of our environment, immediately impacts our team. And it also seeps out into the community and lets others hear about you before they ever walk into your building or walk into your WordPress meetup group, whatever it might be. Before they get there, they've heard about you. And it's all typically because of your culture, the environment that you've created. So I want to talk through 4 different things. I believe there are a lot of things that can impact culture, but these are some of the 4 things that I've experienced as I've grown in the WordPress community myself personally, as I've grown with my team. These are 4 things that I want to touch base on today and kind of walk us through. Values and vision, honest communication, a focus on health, and of course, growth and reward. And I want all of these to kind of encapsulate, if we can, inclusiveness, diversity, respect, and affirmation. Because we want to have that inclusive environment. We want to have a beautiful diversity that brings in that creativity because of the beautiful mix and blend that we have around us. We want to offer that respect to each other, and we certainly want to feel affirmation, and we want to extend that to each other. So all of these touch points kind of encapsulate these things. But we want to talk first about values and vision. Anybody here know the TED Talk? Anybody like TED Talks? Yeah, absolutely. The TED Talk by Simon Sinek, Start With Why. Yeah, a few of us? Okay, Google it when you're home if you haven't seen it yet. Start with why. It's going to change the way you approach marketing for yourself, for your own company, as well as, or it should change, as well as the way you help your clients come up with the conversation. Start with the why. Why are you doing something? And this really sets the stage overall for how you set a culture in your environment. What's important to you? What matters to you? Why do you go to this meetup group? Why do you help support or volunteer or organize? Or why do you lead this team? Why do you go to your job every day? Why are you doing it? And I'm not talking about a paycheck. I'm thankful for the paycheck. That's an end result. I'm talking specifically about what gets you passionate, what gets you excited. Why are you doing it? Why is it so important to you? So for me, Webtegrity, starting our company, this is my mom and dad who are supposedly watching right now from San Antonio. Hello, y'all. We started our company in 2012. One of the things that caused me to just break away and say, I'm over this, I'm donezo, was that culture of my boss constantly breathing down my neck. And it just made me miserable. Every day I would literally look in the mirror and go, do I even have time? Do I want to deal with the pressure of always having to dress up and look business casual, whatever it is? Or do I want to be able to just wear jeans and t-shirt and have great integrity and go to a job that I love? So I started Webtegrity. One of the other things we wanted to do was bring integrity to our industry in San Antonio. We had seen other agencies swindle, literally swindle clients. So we wanted to come in and just offer a totally different vibe. We wanted to offer education for clients. We wanted to sit them at our conference table and begin to educate them and have a two-way conversation where we're just not talking at them, but we're truly listening to them and providing solutions and strategy for them. So a lot of that started with how do we build our own thing. So in 2012, my mom and dad had already been doing web design. He was one of the early adopters. He came in and back when literally he was trying to sell a website to a company and they were like, we don't even know what that is. We have no, I advertise with Yellow Pages. No, you've got to be latest and greatest. So my dad went after realtors in San Antonio, realizing that they needed their listings online. And he got the highest selling realtor in town and did her website for free and then took her name to every other realtor and said, oh, she's doing it, you need it too, and sold them. It was brilliant, brilliant marketing. So he came to the table when we started our company in 2012 with 80 clients, and he had already freelanced out of his own house. He had gathered that type of clientele list. And I came to the table, having tried to be a professional musician, and I was gigging around, playing at all these different venues, and realizing that I wasn't making any money selling albums. It was a horrible disaster. So the only way I could make it venue to venue was actually asking them, well, can I fix your website for you, or can I make your website? So I'd get $500 and we'd be able to go on to the next gig and the next gig. And finally I realized I should probably just hang up my guitar and do websites. So I moved back to San Antonio, Texas, and in 2012 twisted my mom and dad's arm, asking them, can we please open up an agency together? Can we try this? I think I can sell it. Dad, if you help me build it, and Mom, you can be our accountant. And so she worked from home most of the time and did all of our accounting. We were blessed. Our claim to fame was above a Starbucks. Oh, yeah, that was our first office. Humble beginnings, you guys. It's all good. We started from our couches. And then we decided we wanted to look a little bit more legit to some clients, so we got a brick and mortar. I actually had a strategy behind this. I thought I didn't want a creepy, quiet office space. I wanted some space that looked lively. Starbucks is always busy. Let's get a place above a Starbucks. That way when a client comes in, it looks like we're busy, and I can treat them to coffee. It'll be great. So thus our logic of going above a Starbucks. And then thankfully we grew, got our own office space a few years later, and our team grew as well. We were acquired in 2017. That was one of our exit strategies. We wanted to be acquired. I wanted my parents to have retirement. I wanted them to be able to retire in their early 70s. So we had a strategy for a 5-year growth plan to reach and be acquired by a larger company in town. We were blessed to have that happen for over $1 million value. But I'm telling you all that to say, it happened because we created this culture that brought in the right heart, that brought in the right team members, that actually grew us to be able to do that. And it was a team that was beautifully diverse. We've hired veterans, physically disabled, elderly. We had a gorgeous blend of ethnicities, literally from around the world working with us. LGBTQIA, all of the alphabet, we had everybody there. We've been blessed to focus a lot on women most of the time. Our staff has been predominantly women, go ladies. As well as we always try to hire locally first. We do understand that there have been times we've used subcontractors from around the world, but we want to provide local jobs as well, and I think that was a very important thing that we did. Single moms, single parents, we had people with no kids, we had people with fur babies. We have this beautiful blend of amazing people that have worked with us over the years. That leads me to, what is your passion? So think about that as well, because all of these things set up and establish your culture. So one of the things we were passionate about, I mentioned earlier, was educating our clients. And so we taught ourselves, and we started to teach every single client that walked through the door. We started to teach team members. We started to provide free education classes for the public. We would just open it up and start doing meetup groups and have different people come in, and we would start teaching because we were passionate to educate them. Whether they were going to outsource the work to us or not didn't matter. We wanted to give them the knowledge that would help move their company forward. It truly is not just about a cause, right? That cause, that end result is the money. It has to be about a passion for us. And the last thing is, what will your legacy be? For Webtegrity, I don't know, our path has kind of changed. We started our company, we have humble beginnings with the 3 of us. We brought on subcontractors, grew, moved to employees, grew. We have 15 team members now. We were acquired. We're on a campus with about 40, 45 people now, with, again, this beautiful culture. And that was a mesh and a clash of cultures when 2 companies collide. We actually have 4 different companies on the same campus right now. So all of us are learning how to blend together. But what will your legacy be? And I want to challenge you to set that out there. Put out there, what is your exit strategy? What does it look like at the end of your term organizing something or leading something or being in this company or running this company, owning this company? What does that look like for you? If you have that in the forefront of your mind, you can always push a path toward it. Talk about honest communication. This is a big part for me, and I probably over-communicate a little too much. But I think it's really important that upper management feels like they can talk to anybody on their team and communicate anything that's going on. I understand that there are going to be times that you want to hold things back as upper management. We're privy to certain information. But I do think honest communication allows that open kind of back and forth trust that is so important with all of your employees, all of your team members. That also leads me to the open door policy, to actually listen and not just have somebody walk into your office and talk. To understand that you have an open door for anybody on your team, anybody in your community to walk in and say, I am dealing with this back home. I am dealing with this internally with another employee. I am struggling with this just in my own brain and the conversation happening in my own head. Just to be able to know that people can come to you and that you've allowed that open door policy has been really key in creating a great culture with our team. And then collaboration as well. I want to talk about understanding that it's not about competition, it's about collaboration. So think about that internally. A lot of times there's politics when it comes to, so-and-so had an idea, well, I'm going to take credit for it. Well, or I'm not going to bring it up because, they're not going to be open to my ideas. I really want you to set that tone up front as a leader on your team, as a leader in your community. set that tone up front that this is all about collaboration. There is no silly ideas here. There's nothing that we won't put on the table and discuss and think about and do as do as we want to just kind of build and grow as a team. Everybody can kind of add to and build on each other's ideas. It really does start to empower your team and makes them feel like they have a voice that makes a difference. This is the strategy that I brought to Webtegrity. This is the strategy that I hope all of us take, is to hire for the heart and train for the skill, right? So as we have that collaboration taking place, as we set this whole tone that we're talking about, where we want to have this beautiful, eclectic group of people coming in, we have to be certain that there is kind of a gatekeeper in our hiring process. We want to protect this culture and protect who comes in, who speaks to this culture, who's a part of the leadership of this culture. All of that is part of this gatekeeper process to hire for the heart and train for the skills. A lot of our team that came in, we were their first ever WordPress firm that they'd ever worked for. Some of them, we were their first coding gig ever. They had come out of code camps where their previous job had been, we have an esthetician, we have people who've waited tables, we had a dental secretary. I mean, we've had veterans come in, all of these different jobs that came to us and said straight up to my face, I've never done this before. I know what WordPress is and I know to cap the P, and that's about it. To which I said, you're in, you know to cap the P. Come on, you've got a good heart, you're ready to give back to our community, you're ready to educate clients, you're excited to educate yourself. I'm hiring you for the heart. The other bonus to that is you can typically bring them in a little lower on salary because you're training them, right? So there's twofold there. It's good. It works out for both of them. You'll move them up in pay as soon as they've grabbed those skills. This is where I'm at. When leaders get the culture right, it'll attract the right people, and success will be a natural result. So when leaders get the culture right, when we can set the tone correctly, that's it. That's what it takes. Now that external legacy that we talked about, word's going to get out in the community that you're the place to work, that when you graduate from that code camp, look for Webtegrity because they're hiring WordPress developers, and they're so laid back, they have such a great, healthy culture about them. That's where you want to be as soon as you bust out that resume or graduate from that program. This is one of the other reasons why you want to be hanging out at Webtegrity, because I don't like a job, personally. I'm not a fan of a job. I don't ever want to go to a job. That's the truth of it. I want to just enjoy my life. Life's too short, right? Especially now, the season that I'm in now, I'm like perspective, brand new, right? Being faced with death and being told that, you've got cancer pivots your entire perspective. Work-life balance. Whew. All I want to do is play. All I want to do is play. That's my next point. I just want to enjoy life. I don't want stress at work. I want to go into my job and see my coworkers and be like, you're my family. You're my team. You can't do that at every job. I challenge you to not have a job. Have a career. Have something that you love going to. One of the things I love doing with our team is ducking out. It's really hard to do that on a campus with more people now, though, because our department is 15 and we try to sneak out all at the same time, and we're a little obvious. So we have to strategically game plan it on our Slack channel. You three go there. It's like sneaking out of a church service. Okay, go, 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 Just sneak out when you can. So we take time to just go and get away. Back when we were just in our own building, I would walk in and be like, okay, what do deadlines look like, team? How are we today? Do we have anything due at end of day? No, we don't? Excellent. I've already ordered movie tickets. Meet me there. We're all doing lunch. Let's go watch a flick. Let's just get out of Dodge for a little bit, get away from everything, and go enjoy each other's company. We don't even have to talk, right? We're at a movie. Let's not even go talk. Let's just go have a beer, have some popcorn, and chill out for the day. They've also taken me ziplining, which I am terrified of heights. That's one of the coolest dynamics that I ever saw, though, when you're able to play hard at work, is your team becomes the lead. And all of a sudden, they start to lead you, and that dynamic starts to shift, and they start to challenge you. When I was on that crazy podium waiting to let go, anybody zipline before? A few of y'all brave souls? Good Lord Almighty. I tell you what, standing there, especially terrified of heights, I'm holding on to this, wire. What is it? Like a quarter of an inch, half? That's supposed to save my life right now? Do you have any idea? I'm a big girl. I'm a big girl from Texas. I'm holding on. My knees are shaking. I'm way up high, and the guy standing next to me, the zipline tech guy, looks at me and he says, "There's only 2 ways down. I'm either rappelling you down from this tree, or you're ziplining to the end." And I was like, "Well, move over, squirrels. Because there's a third option, I can camp right up there, because I'm not going anywhere. This is crazy. This is nuts." And then off in a distance, my team, who had already ziplined ahead of me, I'm pretty much the last one standing there, because I'm the one going, "Good job, y'all, go ahead. Just out of fear, right? Go, team, go, And here I am standing at the end, and I'm thinking, how am I going to do this? And all of a sudden, in a distance, I hear my team start cheering me on. I can't even see them. They're at the end, through the trees, around the corner, and I start hearing them just cheer me on and telling me the things that I love, challenging me to come on, come on, come on. That's culture. One of the things we've committed to completely is stopping the drama when it starts. Remember earlier I might have mentioned that we have a lot of women on our team. I love working with ladies. I love working with people who are passionate, people who are creative. So many of us are artists in our own sense. Even if we're coding and we're not just designers, right? We are still artists in our own sense. That's the way our brains work. And because of that, we get a little bit dramatic at times. We also have clients that come through the door and bring that drama to us. And we're like, "Oh, you crazy client." I call them the wackadoos. We know when the wackadoos are walking through the door. We know, oh, here comes the drama. And there's a lot of times that you want to leave that room, you've been in that meeting with that client, and you bring that stress out, and you divvy it out to your team members, right? And you're just venting it. That drama has to stop. We have to create a culture where you come out of that, and you just shake it off, and you look at each other, and you go, "You know what? We're not going to feed into it. Wackadoo can be wackadoo, and that person can leave, and we can stay here and be a healthy team together. We're not going to put that on each other," right? When conflict arises between team members, bring them to the table. Let's sit down together. Let's not have this division between us. We really want to be each other's team member and row this boat together. How do we do that? It's stopping that drama right as it starts and knowing to expect it, right? We might be adults, but we all have emotions. We all have things that we're dealing with inside and outside the workplace. So this is going to happen. How do we handle it when we're there? This is one of my favorite sayings. If any of y'all know of this book, this is called Great Mondays by Josh Levine. This is an extra copy that I have. Anybody who makes it up here first, after the session that wants this, after the session, come run up and grab that. But this is one of the quotes that's in there. This actually has another great quote that says it's more about, good culture is more than ping pong and beer. Ping pong, pizza, and beer. Yeah, it's a really great book that's helped me be impactful with the way we have culture run. But good culture can turn work into meaning and hours into purpose. I think that's important. It can also, bad culture can suck the life out of you, right? So growth and reward is the last thing I want to talk about. This is so important that your team members coming in to any environment, whether it's a workplace or a community, they need to know that there's an opportunity to advance, to do more, to give more, to be a part of more things, to have a voice, to make a difference, to open up more opportunity. We want to eliminate that maze and establish a path, a clear path forward for them. It's one of the things I struggled with because, especially as a small agency owner, you tend to have somebody come in and you've hired them specifically because you just need them to code. That's all I need you to do. And I'm not going to worry about advancing you anywhere because there's 3 of us. There's no advancing. That's your spot. Please return to it every day. That's really there's your path. What you have to do, though, is understand that as you have a model of growth in your company, each team member needs to have that same model of growth. So it took all the way to being acquired to understand that I need to provide that vision for my team members. What I don't want them to do is come in and immediately feel like they've hit a brick wall. Well, all I'm ever going to do is come to this cube and sit here every day and die a slow death. Right? You want them to understand that there's opportunity to move up into leadership roles. You want them to understand that there's opportunity for more pay. As your company grows, so should they. All of these things are a part of bringing in that positivity and helping them understand that we're good, we're all moving in, and we're all advancing together. And we want to reward effort. I think this has been key also in our team. As we've grown, I wanted to reward effort, not just with a day of ducking out and going and bowling or going to Topgolf or going to do something fun like that as a team, but also individually. I've done small things too, where I've just walked in for the day and handed out like $10 Chick-fil-A gift cards to everybody and said, go get lunch, you know? Just little rewards like that. A reward and title upgrade, right? Tell them, hey, you know what? I've seen you working so hard. I mean, when we've started advancing in our team and we did the whole acquisition, y'all are going to think this is funny, and I can't believe I'm admitting this on live TV, but we just made up titles for everybody. We were like, I don't know, let's give out titles. What do you want to be? Okay, that sounds good. Let's do that. And it looks great on a resume, right? It looks pretty fantastic. You can add in some pretty fluffy words in there to your titles. But it made a difference for our team. We felt elevated. You felt like, okay, I'm not just a coder. All right, that feels good to call myself a senior developer. All right, sounds great. A chief strategist. Wow, I've got chief in my name. All right, I don't know what that means, and I'm getting not $1 more, but that looks good on a business card. Just reward that, even if it's in a recognition in the moment, to say, hey, will you stand up for a minute? I just want to recognize you in front of the whole team and tell everybody you're the most billable team member that we had this whole month. And that is huge for us right now. Thank you. You're helping us pay everybody's salary because you're crushing it. Thank you. If a leader can have that type of tone, where it's not just always about the end of the day where we're not hitting our numbers and our sales quota's down and life is miserable and that's all that the team lead is focusing on, you're going to have that horrible toxicity fester throughout your whole team, throughout your whole community. You're going to have that repeatedly if that's really where your tone and where your heart is. Great leaders create environments where people are valued and where people can create remarkable things. So that's what I'm going to challenge you to do. Be self-aware. Do your best to become a great leader, not a great boss, right? Nobody wants a boss. We all just want to be led and be a part of a team where we feel like we have a voice to lead as well. So I'm going to tell you another great book. Simon Sinek that I mentioned earlier for the Start With Why. This is another phenomenal book that one of my team members brought to the table and made me aware of. And I read it cover to cover, and I am not a reader. This is amazing, though. Leaders Eat Last is the title. That's what's on the screen right now. Both of these titles are on the screen right now. I just want y'all to know you belong here. No matter what label you associate with or don't, no matter what pronouns we have, it doesn't matter because it all matters. We're all welcome. We're all valued. We're all a part of this incredible, diverse, beautiful community called WordPress, where we can all move forward and advance our careers, where literally dreams can come true, where my tiny little mom and pop shop team grew from being 3 team members, my mom, dad, and I, on our couches at home, to being acquired for over $1 million value, to growing now to being the team that we're selling. You guys, my first website I ever sold, I remember handing the invoice or the proposal to the client. I remember handing it to them and thinking, are they going to go for this? Just thinking, there's no way they're going to go for this. It was like $3,000. I'll be able to pay my mortgage. This is amazing. There's no way they're going to go for this. They went for it. They went for it, and then they kept going for it, and they kept going for it because the team that I kept hiring, the culture that we kept cultivating, the environment, when clients would walk through the door, they would look at me and say, I want to hire you already just because the vibe I get here. this is healthy, this is good, this is exciting. I see the passion. I see that you're willing to educate me. All of those things, clients kept going for it and kept going for it, and we kept growing to the point now we're selling 7-figure projects to clients these days. Those are our enterprise level packages that we're able to sell over and over again. And it's amazing to get to that because of the team that we've cultivated, because of the investment that we've put into people, the welcoming, inclusive environment that we've created. So I just want to say thank you for even caring to come to this workshop. I think it's incredible, one, that they accepted the topic, but they do care about community. There's a whole track about community here, which I think is amazing. But two, that you would take time out of a day to come, and I know you had other opportunities, different workshops, but thank you for coming here because it shows me that you care. It shows me that you're looking for different ideas to take back to your community, to invest in your team, in your meetup groups, in your word camps. It makes a difference. Your heart and your attitude make all the difference. So thank you so, so much. We've got a couple minutes that we might be able to do a few questions, if there's any at all. Or if you have anything that you want to share, maybe a nugget that you have, a nugget of wisdom that you go, you know what, we've tried this in our community and it worked out really great, and I just want to add this to your talk. Go ahead.
As a straight person, I guess I'll ask that. So, like, for me, when I went to go find my wife, there's like 6 billion or 3 billion people out there to choose from, basically. And as a lesbian, I guess the pool is much smaller. So for hiring and you want to develop that kind of culture, there's the pool scene is very small. So how do you go about, and especially hiring is a lot of time to take out of a team to kind of find the right person, the right fit.
Yeah.
What is your sort of advice around finding these types of people without spending a ton of time?
Yeah, okay, so for me, it was really, it's been interesting, right? Because everybody tries Indeed, everybody tries Craigslist, and you're throwing out things out there, or some local, job board somewhere, you're throwing out ideas and saying, hey, we need these different team members. For me, it was a process, because when we first started hiring, I was only hiring subcontractors because we hadn't made the move yet to employee status. So I was looking for those that were trying to find a small agency environment, those that were looking to have a little bit of more entry-level pay. That was a good fit for me and my budget at the time. So we started looking at junior colleges around or community colleges around, people coming out of those environments. Code camps are incredible as well. We're blessed to have a code camp in San Antonio called Code Up, and we've hired 7 of their graduates. I mean, they are producing some amazing talent. And a lot of those people are coming out of that scene, like I said earlier, with this being their entry-level position. Now that we've grown, we are looking for more advanced. So it's just been a process of networking a lot in our local community. We put out the word, too, at our local meetup groups and at word camps. We'll shout that out and say that we're hiring. Network a lot with the tech scene. I don't know if your city has a tech scene, but San Antonio is blessed to have these events that happen around the community specifically for the tech world. And we'll sit there and literally network that whole room and let people know what we're looking for. It's a good question. It's a tricky one. It's tricky, especially when you're hiring for the heart and training for the skills. Yeah, but that's probably where we've probably gotten the best results for us has been through code camps. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, making your way. Yeah, wait for the mic. Good call.
Thank you. My question is, this is my first word camp. I just learned about.
Welcome. Yay. First word camp.
I just learned about WordPress 6 or so months ago, and I'm still tinkering with it. And I want to get to the place where you are with maybe a side business going on.
Way to go.
Yeah, so what can I do to really just push that forward?
Yeah. Well, so you made the right step. Right step is getting to this environment, coming into a group of amazing WordPressers, right? And we're all at different levels. A lot of us, you might have veterans in this room that have been working with WordPress for years and years, and there's going to be people who literally just picked it up 6 days ago, right? So you're ahead of those people. Look out, woohoo! But you also want to connect with freelance groups. There's a lot of us here. We started one on a Slack channel called Press Tribe, and it's specifically for people like us that are freelancers that are starting to try to grow up a business. Maybe we have a full-time gig, but we're trying to build on the side and grow up enough residual where we can leave the day job and do this full time, right? Look at isn't there a community board here, Bridget? Yeah, there's a community board here too. A lot of people are going to be writing things on the community board down probably by the sponsors room, where people will start putting in different comments about opportunities. Anybody else have a suggestion for freelancers? Yes, go for it. Oh, wait for the mic. Sorry. We want everybody at home to be able to get this information as well.
A good recommendation is to subscribe to Corey's YouTube channel.
Oh, way to go. Way to go. Thank you. I do speak a lot to freelancers.
Well, I learned a lot that I needed to know about gravity forms from just watching your videos.
Way to go. Thank you. So I do speak a lot to freelancers. There's a lot of people though. Nathan Ingram speaks a lot to freelancers. If you're not following him, check him out. Carrie Dills, Rebecca Gill. I mean, look at the lineup of the speakers here. I mean, we've got a beautiful lineup of speakers here, and add them all on Twitter, right? Everybody's in Twitter land. Add them all on Twitter. If you're not there, create an account today. All of us live on Twitter, and we're pretty responsive on Twitter too. If you run into an issue where you've got a code question or you've got an accessibility question, speaking of accessibility, be a part of the WordPress Slack channel. Have you already joined that? It's free. Free is in the budget. Let's do that. We're going to get on the Slack channel for WordPress and be a part of that. That connects you in when you're back home. That keeps you connected to us. Okay? Slack channel, S-L-A-C-K. Just Google WordPress Slack, and there's a landing page. You have to have your WordPress.org profile, but if you have that, you're off and running. What else, y'all? Yes?
I just wanted to mention that St. Louis also has 2 wonderful WordPress meetups, one here in St. Louis and one over in St. Charles. Okay, and then the one in St. Charles is a little more tech focused, but both of them, have a great group of people.
So connect. There's your point of contact. What's your name?
Dane Morgan.
There you go. There you go. New friends. All right. Best buddies. Right up front here, if you don't mind for me. Thank you.
Hey, so hypothetically speaking, let's say there's this entrepreneur that started a business but didn't think, that made the mistake of not thinking about the culture. Mm-hmm. So now they have a team or team members with bad energy. So what's the simplest and easiest and nicest way to kind of...
Way to go. You just totally steered my whole brain a different direction. Good job.
To bring in energy, the good energy, instead of just keeping that bad energy around.
Yeah, so that's tough. It takes me immediately to when I sold the company and we were melted into this other culture. That culture that I'd created was blue jeans and t-shirt. Most of the time, it's just because I'm on stage now for WordCamp US and I'm actually wearing a blouse. Most of the time I'm in t-shirt. My team back home is like, what is she wearing? I'm sure. Because I wanted to create that culture though, when we moved into this other culture, they were, the shoes ladies with the red soles? Oh yeah. Okay. Totally different environment, right? Everybody was like that level of enterprise level. And here I come in my WordPress blue jeans and t-shirt and all my WordPress swag, right? We were just a culture clash. Because of it, the toxicity started to just fester. And our team started to struggle with kind of our own emotions of not feeling adequate. Their team started looking at us like we were less than. And there was just this gross muck. Long story short, they kicked us out. So we moved back to our campus for a year, and it started to kind of clear up. Some of their people started to leave. The people that were causing issues started to leave. It has to come from leadership. So as soon as some of those leadership team members started to go, we were able to step back in. We've been back on campus now for over a year. Or just about a year. It's been very healthy now. But I can't stress enough how the leadership tone must change, because I promise those that are stirring the pot here on the team are going to step away. It's going to make them so uncomfortable, even with your niceness, right? Even with coming in and just being bubbly and positive and saying, you know what, I don't want to stir up that tone. I don't want to keep that, we call it in San Antonio chisme, the drama, the gossip. We don't want to keep that chisme rolling. We want to just squash that right there, and we're going to move forward with a great attitude. When you start to have that heart, those bad apples are going to walk, and you're going to be like, I'm not countering that other firm's offer. Bye-bye. It's fine. Go ahead. Because I'm going to get a good heart in here. But it takes leadership, purposely saying, these people have to go, these attitudes have to go. They either change and come in to a positive flow, or they've got to move on. It's not a home for them. What else, y'all? We good? One more? We can do one more. Anybody have something that you've done in your community or your culture that you go, you know what? This made all the difference for us. Night and day, it flipped a switch. Anybody? We're all like, no, got nothing for you, Corey. Okay. Well, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll be down here if somebody wants this book. Thank you.
got a couple quick announcements and some reminders here for you all, and then we're going to get going with our next talk. So first and foremost, silence all your cell phones. I know you've heard this before, but like you don't want to be that person. Move into the, I don't think it's going to be a real problem, but you know, move into the center if needed, if some more folks sort of filter in. Let's see. Typically there's going to be a Q&A after, but I think you're going to use up all your time, right? Yeah. Okay, so meet Brian out in the hallway if you have any burning questions at the end.
Check.
And let's see. Yes. We want to again encourage everyone to contribute to WordPress by coming to Contributor Day on Sunday. Very important. And it's an amazing experience if you've not done it. So come get involved. We're going to have people walk you through, and it's going to be a good time. And last reminder, don't forget about the WordFest party tonight at the City Museum. It's going to be a lot of fun, so don't miss it. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Brian Richards, who is the Director of Events at WP Sessions, where he helps organize WordSesh and WooSesh, which are two entirely virtual conferences for WordPress and WooCommerce professionals. Since 2007, Brian has had the opportunity to train and work with many incredible development teams and deliver custom solutions for Disney, Microsoft, Cornell, and numerous others. So,
appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Brian.
Rich. Hello, everybody, and welcome. So, I have a few stories to help frame what we're going to learn. About 11 years ago, my wife and I got married, and we went on our honeymoon to Disney World. This was my very first time to Disney World. And if you've never been, the nickname for it is the most magical place on earth, which does not even do it justice. It is crazy how well maintained this place is. Very fascinating to watch from anybody who is interested in systems and operations. They have an entire city underneath the main theme park in Disney World, where all of the operations happen that you can't even see. So when you're at Disney World, you're actually on the second story of the theme park, which is wild. And we have made an annual pilgrimage there for the last 11 years. My whole family goes, and we enjoy it quite a bit. And one thing that this made very clear to me is that I am a people person. I enjoy being around people, getting to know people, which is weird because I am an introvert who is also an extrovert. And so if I'm surrounded by people I know, I'm very extroverted. But if I'm in a room full of strangers, I'm like, hi, yeah, I'm Brian, and I need to leave. And I hate crowds. And so it's very puzzling that I enjoy going to a place that draws a huge crowd of complete strangers. What I learned is I'm actually more of a people-watching person. And I enjoy observing the human species because we are just weird. And I need to pause because I feel some people judging me. I don't watch people to make snap decisions about their character and who they are. I just like watching all of the weird yet somehow predictable things that we do. And my wife, Katie, and I, as we were going to Disney World time and again, we started to notice some very common repeated patterns, such as a balloon floating through the sky that someone had lost, or an ice cream cone that had fallen on the sidewalk, or a toddler throwing a tantrum, or of course an adult throwing a tantrum. Or my favorite, the favorite thing to see is the pack mule stroller. So imagine an inline two-seater stroller with no kids in sight because it's just been filled with bags of things. And that's how people get around the park with their pack mule stroller. And we started to make a game of this. We just call it bingo whenever we'd see these things. And it was a lot of fun. We made a real game of it. The second thing you need to know is that on occasion, I like to create a little disruption, or maybe a lot of disruption. This is a photo that I took of Matt at the State of the Word 2 years ago, and we'll get to this in just a minute. What I realized is I needed to create a game, and one thing I neglected to mention on all of these pilgrimages that we make to Disney World is we drive from Michigan, which looks like a high five, all the way down to Florida. And my wife prefers to drive. She likes to be in control, and this works out really well because it gives me opportunity to code and hack on things that are new and interesting and experiment with stuff. And so on one of these trips, I decided I would make a bingo game so that we could actually play our theme park bingo in the theme park, and that someone could see what they're looking at and click on the things that they're finding, and then, hooray, you got a bingo, and here's how long it took. And I realized as soon as I was finished building this that there's another species of human that I really like being around and observing that attend word camps, and that with just changing out the squares that are in the bingo game, we have an entirely new game called WP Bingo. And so before I got into this, I needed a few building requirements for what it was that I wanted to make. First, I wanted the grid to be randomly generated. I didn't want it to be the same game of bingo every time I played, because that would be fun once and then never again. Two, I needed it to be easy for me to add and remove squares. So as I'm moving along and think of a new idea or a new trend that has shown up, we can add a square for that. It can become part of the bingo game. And if something falls out of popularity, we can get rid of it, and it's no longer part of the bingo game. Three, I wanted it to score things automatically, because you might not have noticed that you got a bingo, and so you need to be celebrated when you win that thing. And then four, most important, this needed to work offline. Whether you're in a theme park or you're at a conference, you will go through pockets where you don't have internet, and then, oh no, you can't play the game. Worse still, on iOS anyway, if you open up Safari and then you close Safari and then you open Safari again, it goes, hey, you were trying to look at a website. Let me get you the most recent version of that website. And if you're offline, guess what? Now it's gone. Or if you don't have that data that was on that page stored anywhere else, it's gone, and that bingo game you were playing is now dead. And that would be a bummer. So today I'm going to talk to you about how I created WPBingo.com. It's a progressive web app that uses Vue.js, Tailwind CSS, and the REST API. And now you're experts. That's how I built it. Thank you. Now, first, you should visit WPBingo.com right now on your mobile device if you haven't already. It's working, it's there, and it is a lot of fun to play this all weekend long. And as we already mentioned, the Q&A that you may have when I'm done is going to happen off stage and in the hallway, because I'm going to use up all of the time to talk about all of the neat stuff that I managed to stick into this very simple, rudimentary web app. And for those of you who are watching the live stream, if you have questions, since you can't talk to me in the hallway, you can just tweet me. My Twitter handle is Rzen, R-Z-E-N. Ask me your questions there, or those of you here in the physical audience, if you can't find me after this, tweet at me. I'm happy to answer any questions anytime. That's why I do this. So we've already accomplished what I needed to build. Here's what I wanted to accomplish. The entire reason I built this in the first place was to experiment and to learn new things. And I've found, as I've developed things over many years, that you need to create space and time to learn and practice the things that you are learning. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck on a plateau, and eventually all the technology will pass you by, and you'll feel rather stagnant and lost, and you'll stop to enjoy the things that you are doing. So if you take away nothing else, the important lesson here is to make space and time to learn and practice new things. In my case, I wanted to learn a new JavaScript framework, in this case, Vue.js. I wanted to try a new approach to writing CSS. I wanted to experiment with the REST API and customize its responses. This was 2 years ago when everything was fresh and new and exciting. I wanted to see, can I do that? Do I have the chops to make my own endpoints and make them do what I want? If I were to experiment brand new today, I might experiment instead with the WP GraphQL project, because that is really neat. And then later, after I'd already built V1, I wanted to try my hand at making it a true progressive web app that I could install to my home screen and use offline. By the way, that works, and so if you've looked at it on your phone, you can add it to your home screen. And if you're on an iOS device, it's the share button, and you scroll for a while, and you click add to home screen. And if you're on an Android device, you click the little 3-dot kebab menu, and somewhere in there, there's an install web app or add to home screen button. And then it lives on your home screen. You can tap it, and it opens up immediately without any of the browser Chrome. It's really neat. And the anatomy of this app is we've got our little container that makes it a progressive web app, and that's just vanilla JavaScript because that's standard browser tech. We'll come back to that towards the end. The layout is basic HTML, nothing fancy going on there. The data is just a single HTTP request to the REST API that gives us all of the bingo squares that we need. The interaction, what little bits that we have for when you click on a square and then you eventually earn a bingo, that's what's coming from Vue.js, and that's what's also making the request to get the data from the REST API. And then the presentation layer, I realize it's not much, it's just a grid on the screen, but all of that is coming from Tailwind CSS. And when I start to talk to people about this project, usually the first question they ask me is, well, why Vue.js? Why not React or Angular or any of these other experimental or well-established frameworks? And I say, well, because I had already spent time learning and practicing those, and I wanted to practice something new. But there are 3 good reasons why you might want to use Vue, or at least consider it. 1, it has 0 external dependencies. You can just grab Vue and start using it without anything else. 2, it's only 30 kilobytes, all compiled, compressed, and gzipped, which makes it a relatively small asset in the terms of the modern internet where we're bringing in all kinds of JavaScript from all over the place. And then 3, at least the way that I'm using it, there's no build step. So I just write the JavaScript, I refresh the browser window, and it's ready to go. You can have a build step, and things get way more powerful when you do. But in my simple example, there isn't any. And I equate this to like jQuery meets Angular. It was very simple for me to pick up and understand. Like jQuery, you just add it to the page, and ta-da, now you've got all of this other stuff that you can do. And then like Angular and React and all of the other modern reactive frameworks, it responds when you're doing things. And I learned while experimenting that it is both highly capable and works how I expect, which I really like. So it wasn't like I was jumping into this enormous framework and trying to learn all of these new paradigms. It was, hey, here's a thing that you're doing. Now here's how you can do it with Vue.js. And it was, to me, a rather seamless process to go from not using it to using it. And I really enjoy Vue's syntax. So we're going to just have a real crude introduction to Vue.js. And this is not going to make you Vue experts or even help you to create your first Vue app, but they have beautiful documentation, which is why I felt so comfortable using it. This example here, which I realize is a little small, the other ones get bigger, is everything you need to create a Vue instance on your website. So up at the top, I have just an element, a div, that's the container, that's where all of our app stuff is going to live. Then we've got one inclusion for the Vue.js JavaScript file itself. And then in our own custom JavaScript, we are creating a new Vue instance, which I've assigned to the variable app. And inside that, we tell it what element we're going to be working with on this page. And then we can specify any data that we need, any variables that we want to pre-populate that we're going to be working with, and then any custom methods that we might need for bringing our own special interaction to the page. And anytime you prop up a new Vue instance, it can be as simple as this. And then when you start bringing the Vue syntax into the HTML that you're writing, this example here, vModel, binds the variable message from JavaScript to the value of the input, which was cutting edge stuff 2 years ago when I was making this, that you could just have one single attribute declaration like this. And suddenly, if the JavaScript changes, the input automatically updates. If the input changes, the JavaScript automatically updates. You don't have to write anything to keep track of that. Just automatic two-way dynamic binding. Really cool. And then to trigger things, you can listen to events. So there's the vOn attribute. And so in this example, I am listening to the click event, and when the click event happens on this element, we're calling the save product method. And then in my Vue instance, I have a method called save product, and then it just runs whatever it needs to every time someone clicks this button. There's also shorthand, which I really like and started to use immediately. So the @ symbol is the shorthand for vOn, which is a really handy way to save yourself 4 characters, which adds up over time. And then there are other shorthands for other things that you are doing. VIF I like a lot. So VIF will only render the element that you've applied it to if some statement evaluates truthy. So in this example, if we have a product ID that is not 0 or null or undefined, we're going to show this container for the product. And if we don't, then this never renders for the person viewing the website. And then similarly, we have V4 here at the top. This is a typical for loop. So in this example, we have an array of products. And so for each of the products in that array, we're going to output a table row that has the product ID, the product name, and then the stock quantity. This has nothing to do with bingo, by the way. These are examples from a different thing that I made. And then prepping your data, you can just stuff all of the variables that you're going to need here when you're creating your Vue instance, in addition to having data that you're setting manually via a static assignment like this. It also supports calculated data that can be grabbed or figured out in real time at runtime. And in my example, I don't need any of that because I just need to know when did they start, have they won, what is in their game board, things like that. And then putting this all together, our markup looks something like this. So we've got a game board, and that will only show if we actually have bingo squares. And if we have no bingo squares, nothing renders. And in my app, instead, I show a loading screen because it means that we're fetching the squares from the server. And then for each of the squares, each of the cells in that game board, we're going to render a container that has the label for the bingo square, and then a checkbox for have they found this square or not. And if somebody changes the value of that checkbox, we are going to trigger a method called track change. So if you check it, we then look, oh, does this mean that you've got a bingo? Oh, it doesn't. All right, never mind, we're done. And the model is automatically updated via the vModel attribute there. So if the thing is found and then the page gets reloaded, it will still know that it's found and show itself as found as many times as you try to refresh the page. So there's your crude, very quick drive-by introduction to Vue.js. It's really neat, it's really well documented, and they have lots of granular bite-sized pieces that you can use to begin to bring it into your project. Next question that people usually ask is, why did you use Tailwind CSS? Why would you do that? It does rock. Yeah, it rocks. There are tons of smart approaches to CSS. Basically, whatever mental model is comfortable to you, there is probably a documented process in how you create your CSS that will match the way you want to work. And I encourage you to find the one that's most applicable to how you and your team like to work, because that will make your maintenance of whatever projects you're working on so much better to have just any documented standard. In this case, I wanted to experiment with Atomic CSS, which is creating a bunch of utility classes that do one thing. So they add a top margin or a bottom margin or some padding or a background color. And Atomic CSS was something that was really appealing to me in principle that I never actually ever wanted to do, because you're just spending your whole time writing all of these single declaration CSS statements, and that sounded terrible. And I saw a bunch of people talking about this really well-documented, pre-built framework, which makes things a lot more approachable. And that was called Tailwind. And as a utility-first CSS framework, it caught my attention. And it has classes for all kinds of things. These are just some of the items that are in there. And you click on one, such as the margin and padding documentation, and you get something that looks like this. And this is a weird explanation. They have better examples that show it in practice, that show you all of the different class names that you can compose to get what you want. So for example, if you want to have margin left and right auto, you do mx-auto. M for margin, X for the x-axis, so both left and right, and then auto to set it to auto. Or if you wanted to have the top and bottom margins set to 1 rem, which would be a base unit in this particular framework, you do my for margin y-axis -4. Background colors would be bg color -blue for instance. Padding here, since I already have it on the screen, this would add 1 rem of padding on all 4 sides, so just P-1. And what this means is you can rapidly prototype a new UI without having to go and write custom CSS. And the class names are fairly predictable. So once you understand the naming pattern that they're using for their class names, you can start to guess what the other ones are, right? If M-4 means that we're adding 1 rem of margin, then you can infer that P-4 is 1 rem of padding and such. But the downside is that the list of classes gets pretty unwieldy after a while. But the upshot is, when I first wrote this, these 4 lines were the entirety of custom CSS that I had to write to make WP Bingo. That was it. I replaced this a few months ago with CSS Grid because I wanted to experiment with that, and what better way to experiment with grid than a literal grid on the screen. So it's like 12 lines now. CSS Grid is magic, by the way. There's a free tip. But the benefit here is, like I said, you can rapidly prototype your UI without having to go to your CSS. And if your UI needs to change down the road, which I've heard happens on websites on rare occasion, you don't have to go back and rewrite your CSS. Normally, right, what happens? Oh, well, we need to change this layout. OK, well, let's write the new markup. Now let's go write the new CSS to support how the markup's going to look. Here, you're only changing the HTML. And unlike having inline CSS written everywhere, you're still working with class names, which means that you could change the root CSS, or in the case of how Tailwind works, you can change some of the variables that they use, and then ta-da, you've got a new base unit or a new color scheme, and you didn't have to go back and rewrite all of your class names because it's all taken care of at the style sheet level. So there's some trade-offs. Very cool and very fun for rapid prototyping, maybe not great for a giant app, or maybe perfect for a giant app because you don't have to write custom CSS for all of these things that you're making. So experiment. See if you like it. See if it works for what you're building. And if it does, enjoy. After I got underway with the 2 pieces of tech that I wanted to experiment with, I learned that scoring a bingo game is not a well-documented problem on the internet. There are apparently not a lot of people out there building their own bingo generator. And so I got to figure out how I was going to score a bingo game all by myself. And since I only had a few hours in the car where I was working on this, I thought, well, I'll just brute force my way, and I'll define every possible winning combination on a bingo board. There are 12, by the way, 5 rows, 5 columns, and then 2 diagonals. Or 1 more if you played 4 corners in elementary school, where you could get 4 corners plus the free square. And that was it. So those are all the possible winning combinations. So I just wrote them out by hand rather than writing a function to figure out, OK, every nth square counts in this. And then once I had all 12 sets, I just iterated over each of them. So every time there's a change, remember we trigger a method that says track change, and that eventually calls score game. And we just look at the sets. Does any one of these sets have 5 found squares? If it does, hooray, you won. And if not, you didn't. And that's it. That's all it takes to score a bingo game. And I realize that's it. There's a bunch of lines of JavaScript here that I'm not going to narrate. I have all of my slides online, and there'll be a link at the end that you can use to dig into this. This is not particularly beautiful or elegant or really well-written JavaScript. So don't base your stuff around this. This was just me experimenting and trying to get through something quickly. And it worked in 10 lines or so, and I was pretty happy with that. And then, because I wanted my squares to be dynamically fed, I needed to bring them in from somewhere. And since I work in WordPress, I used the WordPress REST API. And it turns out registering a custom endpoint was the easiest part of this entire process. And so we're going to walk through the entire thing in real time, step by step. Ready? I'm using WP CLI here because it's really handy for generating things. And so I call WP Scaffold plugin. And so I'm creating a plugin called WP Bingo, skipping the unit tests because I don't need them for what I'm doing, and you'll see why in just a second, and then activating it as soon as it's generated. Perfect, done. The plugin now exists. Then I call WP Scaffold post type, and I'm creating a post type with a slug of WP Bingo and a name of Bingo Square. and telling it what I want to use for the icon, and then what plugin I want it to put the file inside of. Bam, we now have a plugin. That plugin has a post type. If we go to look at the file, these 3 lines here are the magical bit that make our custom post type accessible from the REST API. There are a whole bunch of arguments that you can specify when you're creating a custom post type, and if you've ever created one, you're probably familiar with those. But these 3 specifically, show in REST, true, makes it accessible from the REST API. REST base, that's the base for your eventual endpoints. In my case, it's WP Bingo. And then the REST controller class. What logic dictates who can and cannot access this, what can and cannot be done through this endpoint. In my case, it's just a normal post type, so we can just use the built-in stuff. So I didn't have to change any of this. This just is part of registering a post type. And ta-da, I now have a post type that's accessible from the REST endpoint. But there are 2 things I needed to do. One, I needed to add random sorting. So I could say, give me 25 random bingo squares. And I just need to filter the accepted parameters of the REST API for my specific post type. So just for my endpoint, we want to set order by rand as an acceptable parameter. And this is my big red warning. You probably don't want to do this on your production site. The reason that this does not exist in core and why I had to add it is because it is not cacheable, and therefore it is not very performant. And if you get lots and lots and lots of people piling on this endpoint, or one malicious actor who knows that it's there and can sick 1,000 concurrent bots on it, your server is going to crash. So think twice before you put random sorting on your endpoint and then talk about it at a national conference. Just saying. And this seems like a good point in time to say shout out to my fantastic favorite web host, Pantheon, who is keeping my website online. They're awesome, and I like them a lot. So please don't try to work very hard to bring the site down, because they're good, and I don't want to bring that kind of headache to them. So we added random sorting. You saw that was a single filter with just a couple of lines. Next, I want to strip down the response, because all I need to know is what is the title of this post. And then, since I'm already modifying it, I also add in found 0. So it hasn't been found, because you're getting a fresh set of squares from the server. Of course, you haven't found any of them yet. This just saves me the step of manipulating the data in JavaScript, because now I'm getting a bit of JSON that's exactly what I need to populate my bingo board. And nothing else, right? No author date, no author, no post date, no post status, just the title and have you found it or not, which is always going to be false, which is an easy thing to know. And that's it. That is the entire plugin. We register one post type, we have 2 filters, and ta-da, now we can get however many bingo squares we need at random into our JavaScript. And so we've got the different pieces that I put together, and now I want to package it up as a progressive web app. And a progressive web app, if you haven't yet jumped in with both feet to what this is, it's a website that you can install to the home screen, currently mainly just for mobile devices, but it is gaining support on desktop devices as well, so that maybe in the future, us web developers are also app developers, and we don't need to write a whole bunch of custom device-specific language. We're not quite there yet. There's a lot of things that are weird, lots of things that exist on the device that if you're writing a native app you can do that you can't do with a web app. But this is a nice step forward. And so every progressive web app has 3 essential ingredients. It has a web manifest, it has service workers, and it has local caching. And the web manifest is what tells the browser, hey, this is something that you can install on your device and use as if it were native. And for that to work, we add a new link tag to the header of our document called manifest, and we just tell it, here's where my manifest file lives. And then that manifest file is JSON that says, here's some basic information. This is the name of the app. Here's a short name for the app. Which is what you see on the home screen and can customize as the person putting it on your home screen. This is where I want you to start. This is the color scheme I want to use. Here are all of the icon files so that it looks like it belongs on the device. And that's really it. That's all that the manifest file is, just some basic rudimentary info. Service workers are where the magic is. And service workers cannot change anything about the page. They cannot modify the DOM. They can't interact when something is happening on the page. They just kind of exist out here on their own, separate from everything else. But they can listen for events and then manipulate network requests. So when we make a network request to get a file, our service worker can step in and say, I'm going to give you this other file, and trust me, it's okay because I said so. And the browser will just listen. It will listen to whatever the service worker says and wants to give it, which is, as you can imagine, pretty dangerous. That is, by definition, a man-in-the-middle attack, and we have spent lots of years preventing that. And that's why everybody's been pushed towards HTTPS so that that kind of thing is prevented because data is encrypted on both sides. And so HTTPS is required for service workers so that we can't have a man-in-the-middle attack in the middle of our man-in-the-middle attack. And the way service workers work is in just basic JavaScript. We tell the browser, I would like to register a service worker. So this example is looking, do you support service worker? Is this a feature that you support, browser? Oh, it is, good. Okay, in that case, I want to register one. So here's the JavaScript file that has my service worker. And we can do things like catch the error and then log it to the console if we want. We could even be more specific and say, this service worker only works within this subdirectory. It's already restricted to your domain only, so nobody else can register a service worker for your site but you. But then you can also say, I only want it to work on this part of the site. In my case, I want it to work everywhere because my site is just one page. And then service workers have their own lifecycle events. So this example here is the install event, and this is a really good time to do all of your caching. This fires as soon as the worker has been registered. So you say, browser, I would like to register a service worker. The browser says, okay, let's do that. As soon as it loads the file, it runs the install event. And so you listen to that and say, oh, perfect. I have these 10 files that my site needs in order to function. So let's just cache those to the device so that if we lose a connection, my app can still work. Then there's an activate event. This happens immediately after installation. So we're registered, we're installed. As soon as we're done installing, now we are active. So it calls the activate event. Counterintuitively, this is a good place to delete and purge those cached files. You're not purging the ones that you just set, but you're purging the ones because every time somebody comes back to your app, it gets activated again. And if there are old cached files that are now invalidated, you wipe them out and then replenish them with new cached files so that if the person has been away for a while, they can get more up-to-date information. And then the most important event for what we're doing here is the fetch event. And this happens every time a resource is requested via HTTP. And so the browser says, oh, I need that style sheet. And the service worker goes, oh, hang on, I've got it here in the cached file. You don't have to go anywhere. And then it serves the style sheet right back out immediately. And so this is extremely beneficial, not just for offline access, but also just making your website faster in general once it's operating with a service worker, because it no longer has to make round-trip requests to the server every time it wants to get these assets. Even if the person purges their cache the normal way, this could still potentially persist depending on how you put things together. And so all of these assets that you're getting frequently, well, now you can get them once on the initial load, and then on every subsequent page that the person visits, you're just like, here you go. And you have a lightning fast web experience, which is pretty slick. And then there's a fourth life cycle called push. This has an entire can of worms behind it that we're not going to get into because I don't have to push any data for my very simple Bingo app. But this is how you would enable push notifications for your web app that behave like actual push notifications for native apps. You may have already been experiencing these on a lot of desktop-based browsers. You go to a site for the first time and they say, hey, can we tell you about everything that we could possibly think of in the moment we think of it? And you say, no, I just want to read whatever this one article is. Oh, you've got ads. I didn't even want to do that. Never mind. Goodbye forever. If you browse like me, that's the inner monologue that's running constantly. But progressive web apps support push notifications just like native web apps, and it requires a bit of logic on your server to send the push, and then a bit of logic on the device to receive the push. And That's basically how that whole thing goes together. And then the third component, most important, is local caching. We already talked about caching of assets. We also need to cache some data, right? Because if the web app can't talk to the server, well, then they're going to hit save or try to do something, and things are going to come crashing down anyway. And there are a bunch of ways that you can do local caching on device, and this has been true for a long time, since HTML5, essentially. My favorite, because it's so easy relative to the others, is local storage. And so there are two methods that you're going to use: local storage.setItem, where you want to take some data and put it in the browser for later use, and local storage.getItem, where you take it back out and start using it again. If you've worked with transients in WordPress, it's a very similar process. You take some data that you may need, and if it exists, you're going to use it. That might be gone someday, and if it's gone, no problem, I'll just go and get new data. That's the idea behind transients in WordPress, and essentially how you should treat local storage in a browser, because the user could wipe it out and then it's gone. And so in my case, I only need to store two things. When did they start this bingo game, and which squares are we currently using for this game? And if we have those, well, good news, we can just repopulate the bingo board immediately because we already have it in local storage. The one caveat to working with local storage is that it only supports strings. And so a string is the only thing you can put in there. You can't put images, you can't put anything else. You can't even put a JSON object in there. And so when you need to store a JSON object, like I do, I stringify it so it becomes a string and gets stuffed into local storage. And when I pull it back out, I call JSON parse, and then JavaScript natively turns it right back into a JavaScript object, and I can keep working on it like normal. Otherwise, really simple, really fast, really amazing, and I like it a lot. So we just talked through a bunch of tech, we built a bunch of things, we looked at a bunch of things. How did we do with my original requirements? If you remember, we needed to have a randomly generated 5x5 grid. We got that, right? We set up the REST API to hold all of our stuff, and we say, bring me back 25 random posts. Done, awesome. I wanted it to be easy to add new squares. Well, that's part of the same thing. We have a post type in WordPress that I can sign into my WordPress site, and I can make bingo squares as much as I want, and they just get loaded up in the bank. By the way, an aside to this, if you ever choose to make your own bingo game, about 48 squares is how many you want to have for it to feel really random and fresh, because you need 24 squares plus a free square to fill out the 5x5 grid. And if you have twice that, so 48, now you have 2 for 1, and it feels a lot more random. Even though you're seeing probably half of the same squares over and over again, they're always in different spots, and sometimes they don't show up at all, which has a really nice feel to it. I think at the moment, WP Bingo has something in the neighborhood of 60 squares. 3, I wanted automatic scoring, right? I wanted to be able to click on the thing, and as soon as I get a bingo, poof, confetti, I'm announced as a hero. Yeah, we got that. And then the confetti part, I didn't really talk on that. I just went to CodePen. I found someone else who had already figured out a really nice confetti animation, and I just took that JavaScript and put it right on my thing because I only had a few hours. I wasn't going to figure everything out from scratch. Another aside, I am not good at finding bingo, getting a bingo when we're out and about. My wife will get them like every 20 minutes when we were playing our Disney bingo game. I would go like all day long, and like I'm still missing like one square in any given row. Same here at WordCamp. I'm like, oh, these are going to be so easy. People are going to be getting bingos every 5 minutes. And some people, like they generate a fresh board and they look up at the sponsor track and like, got it. Hey, bingo, I'm done. And then I'm like, well, I don't have that one or that one. And like all day long, I don't get a bingo. It's very disheartening. And then number 4, the most important part for this to even be feasible and useful, it has to work offline, which we succeeded. We set up a progressive web app. Before that, before I had a progressive web app, all I used was the local storage to capture the start time and the game board. And I just, in my JavaScript, looked to see, do we have data in local storage? Oh, good, we do. Don't make a new board then. So if you want something just really lightweight that works offline, just use local storage. And then if you want full, total, highly capable offline support, make a progressive web app. And we did it. We made our own bingo game from scratch, figuring things out along the way. It's an amazing feeling, right? If you enjoyed this, you should know that my name is Brian Richards, and I run WP Sessions, where I get to help people build and learn and do creative things all year long. If you didn't like it, my name is Chris Lemma, and I'm sorry for wasting your time. One very important note as you leave: tomorrow in the afternoon at 4 o'clock, Matt is delivering the State of the Word, which is sort of a fantastic address that covers where we've gone in the past year, where he thinks and we think we're heading with WordPress for the next year. There may or may not be a special bingo board just for the State of the Word. And if you load up wpbingo.com anytime within the half an hour of the keynote, you'll see a keynote bingo link appear with special squares just for the State of the Word. And it's a lot of fun. And Matt wanted me to tell you that if you get a bingo during the keynote, you should just shout it out so everybody knows that you got a bingo, because that's a lot of fun. That is my time. Thank you so much for coming. If you have questions, as soon as I'm off the stage, I'm going to walk right out these doors, and you can swarm me and ask them. I'm happy to answer them. If you can't get me right now, you can get me anytime later. And if you want my slides or any additional resources, because I know I didn't really get into using these tech that I introduced, if you go to wpsessions.com/WCUS, my slides are there, and there are a bunch of resource links there, and I hope you enjoy it. So thank you very much.
your cell phones and any other electronic devices that may make noise. And also, it may or may not be a problem, but you know, if a lot of folks come in, let's try to move to the center, give them some room. And let's leave some seats up here for accessibility needs. And after the talk, there will be a full Q&A session. So hold your questions till the end. And let's see. Again, want to encourage everybody to come on out to Contributor Day on Sunday. It's if you've never been to one before and want to know what it's all about, please visit the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall or attend one of the sessions entitled Everyone Can Help Make WordPress Better, How to Contribute to WordPress. Newcomers are always welcome, no experience is necessary, and contributing is an excellent way to get to know others in the WordPress community. It's an amazing experience. And last reminder, the WordFest party tonight at City Museum. Yeah, you do need your badge to get in. You're not going to get through the door without your badge. Please don't forget it. And finally, our next speaker is a privacy and tech advocate and attorney, vice chair of the American Bar Association's Committee on Open Source Software, holding the International Association of Privacy Professional, CIPP /E.
For Europe.
CIPM certifications, CEO of Ecom Legal, and Director of Operations for MindSize. Please give a warm welcome to Ryan Kinney.
Thank you very much, everyone. As he was saying regarding Contributor Day, we will actually have a privacy table. So if you are interested or specifically interested in contributing to privacy, I will be there. Look for me, and I'm happy to meet you, talk to you, and see how we can make WordPress better with privacy. So you guys all survived GDPR-mageddon 2018. May 25th, the infamous day that we all cringed to see if the internet would freeze up and, world would return to the dark ages. Congratulations. Unfortunately, your work's not over because privacy law continues to evolve. And on January 1st, 2 months from today, CCPA, that is the California Consumer Protection Act, will go into effect, and your ability to assist your clients in complying with this law may fundamentally impact your long-term success of your business. So I'm here to talk for 30 to 40 minutes on this topic. I went to law school for 3 years, and afterward, the designations through the International Association of Privacy Professionals were additional thousands of dollars and months of my time. So the idea that you're going to understand all of the nuances of the CCPA in this 40-minute talk are unrealistic, but my job is to distill this down. I know the law, so you don't have to. Other privacy attorneys know the law, so you don't have to. But take a picture of this slide. I will make these slides available. I want to tell you all now on my website, Kinney Firm, so you can download them later, as well as some of the linked information and resources. But this is basically what we're going to be covering and going in depth for in the next 30 to 40 minutes. I wouldn't be an attorney. Listen, first, I wore a suit so you could identify me from other attorney. And then I have disclaimers. So you're like, oh, I wasn't sure about her, but she's a real attorney, yes. While I am an attorney, I may not necessarily be your attorney. This information is provided for informational purposes only. Your representative, somebody that's more familiar with the nuances of your privacy program, would be able to better inform you as to what you need for CCPA compliance. Right, so I said it goes into effect January 1st. Good news is the Attorney General of California will not be actually enforcing it until 6 months later, July 1st of 2020, to allow businesses time to implement, adapt, and refine their processes. Unfortunately, the private right of action that consumers have, their ability to actually request information from businesses still starts on January 1st, even though the enforceability through the Attorney General is a 6-month thing. So be prepared. Start preparing now, gathering the information and implementing these changes and processes. The other aspect of CCPA that differs from privacy law, and the reason that you're seeing a lot more information online, and how this differs even from GDPR comes down to the fundamental difference between EU and US privacy, approaches to privacy generally, and the fact that the US chooses to litigate. So while we have the Attorney General of the state of California that can prosecute claims and consumer complaints, this also, the CCPA does away with class action waivers, while simultaneously providing consumers with the private right of action. So if there's a data breach and their information is disseminated and the company doesn't comply, that they can actually sue in aggregate with a class action and get money, statutory damages. This is something to consider because while there may be reminders or a process through the GDPR that allows for some semblance of forgiveness, oh, it doesn't matter, like I get a couple of warnings, you don't want a class action lawsuit against you for failing to adhere to the data breach responsibilities. So, it's the CCPA. Ryan, we're in Missouri. Why do I care? Why California? Well, there's a few reasons why you should care. First and foremost, I mean, you already know that California is a big deal generally, but it's the 5th largest global economy. So there's a lot of business, a lot of consumers that you're going to be interacting with, and the fact that California leads the US in tech and privacy law. So while we have the notification of data breaches law that came out in 2002, all 50 states now have enacted data breach protection legislation based off what California first enacted 17 years ago, including District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. This link right here, again, I'm going to have this on my website, but this is a slide that you would want to take a picture of because these links are to resources that have all 50 states. So it's not just the data breaches for California, but all 50 states. Same with the privacy policies. This lists what the privacy policies are in each individual state and what they apply to. So while I can tell you for data security breaches, all 50 states have enacted it, it's somewhat more ambiguous for privacy policies because I can tell you that 17 states have enacted privacy policy requirements for government websites, but the state-by-state approach to privacy policy enactment is confusing because they have per industry, per type of data collected. So you really want to have a reliable resource where you can double-check state-by-state compliance. Of course, California tends to be the most stringent, and when you adhere to the most stringent law in the land, typically you're going to be compliant with the less stringent requirements. That's why we're talking about the CCPA. Who must comply? So your first question is, does it apply to us? Your second question, if you are actually, how many people here are working as a freelancer or working for a digital agency where you're actively engaged in developing websites for other people? Yes. So even if you do not fall into these categories, your clients might. And that's why you should be interested and have at least a minimal knowledge to know where to find more information or where to direct your clients to if you can't cover this. So these are the 3 requirements. They're readily available online. I'm sure you guys are probably somewhat familiar with them regarding the $25 million, alone or in aggregate, the buying, receiving, selling of data. Where this differs from GDPR, GDPR is looking at privacy as a fundamental human right. This is really looking at the sale of data. It's not looking at privacy rights from a human perspective or from an individual, more so as a consumer. So this is, looking at what the business does with the data, whether they sell it and disclose it. What's particularly interesting about this, the definition of sale for CCPA has gone through different iterations. What you need to know now is that the legislation has defined it more narrowly. This is kind of fun to say more narrowly when you hear what this definition is. So sale under the CCPA means selling, renting, releasing, disclosing, disseminating, making available, transferring, or otherwise communicating orally or in writing, or by electronic or other means, I'm still going, a consumer's personal information by the business to another business or a third party for monetary or valuable consideration. Monetary consideration with just all of what I just said as far as sale, meaning buying, selling, renting, you know, all of these iterations would have been inclusive enough. But when you add to that, and for valuable consideration, it adds that additional level of complexity and ambiguity that legislators like to include for job security. You will need us, attorneys and judges, forever. No, I'm kidding. The valuable consideration aspect is the promise to do or refrain from doing something of value for benefit. So it doesn't necessarily, when you're saying, am I selling, or when you do that analysis, am I selling privacy data? Oh, well, I don't make money from it. Cool, that's not what this law means. If you're even having some kind of reciprocal relationship with someone where in exchange for access to your consumer's data, you get placement or advertising on their website, that is could be valuable consideration under the CCPA. So for your own business, when you do this now, am I selling? When I'm looking at these, you know, three categories, this doesn't apply to me. Does it? Do further research, talk to a privacy attorney, find out if that's factually accurate, and especially, you know, the information that you get back from your clients, and I know you guys know this as developers that constantly have to scope projects, is only as reliable as their ability to understand the question that you posed. So if they don't understand the definition of sale and what I just explained to you, which who in the right mind would if they're not an attorney, you know, they're going to say, well, no, I don't sell data. Do you? So just be cognizant of that when you're doing the analysis and you're talking to your clients. Here's what you're all here for. So what do I do? Here's the quick grabs, you know, what you need to know. First of all, you need to add a do not sell my personal information link to your website. You need to have a process in place to verify consumer requests and to respond to them in a timely fashion. And you also need to be able to document the requests that you've received and your compliance with them. So this is going to impact the processes and procedures that you have in place for your company in order to comply with this law. And please understand that your requirement for documentation in responding to these consumer requests, you need to have proof and documentation for 24 months or 2 years. So much like we have all preached, if you've been to any privacy talk, whether in the EU or in the US over the past couple of years, we have been talking about privacy by design, which is what we should all be talking about as open source and for making the world, the web, the place that we want to see in the world. We should all be minimizing the data that we collect. If you don't need it, don't collect it. You should not be collecting personal information of children without consent or children at all. I mean, we're familiar with the privacy by design principle. So continue doing that, and we're now adding to that the actual legal restraints and requirements under the CCPA, which also include that the businesses should collect the personal information only, and this is specific to CCPA, only to the extent that it's relevant and limited to what is necessary in relation to the purposes for which it was collected. So it's tying back, and again, there are differences and nuances between even what is personal data under GDPR versus the personal information under CCPA. They're not the same definitions. The words may sound the same, they may even look the same, but the legal implications are not the same in the EU and EEA versus the US. Okay. So this do not sell my personal information link is mandatory, required. If you fall under those 3 requirements that we just discussed, you must have this link on your homepage. You must provide residents in the state of California the ability to opt out of the sale of their personal information. You may also want to include this at minimum in your privacy policy. So CalAPA, the California Online Privacy Protection Act, that requires that you have the privacy policy link in your footer or somewhere on your homepage, is separate and distinct from this new and additional link that you must also have on your page. So you may want to take the link to the client portal, I'll talk about the client portal, and put that in your actual privacy policy itself and kind of like link back. Also in your app, If you have an app on the App Store, make sure that you're linking to the California Consumer Privacy Rights in the actual App Store. And also in other places on your site where you're articulating California consumer rights. You can't lawfully sell personal data without providing this notice. So if you don't do this, you're in breach of the law. I just want to make that very clear. I'm saying it in a multitude of different ways. But something that did just shift and change is that you are allowed to have geographically specific web pages as far as, yes, you have to have a California specific, or excuse me, the link that says this, but if you want to route to a geographically specific page where the California consumer residents are routed to, and not have it on a page that is more widely and readily accepted to European residents, you are allowed to differentiate and distinguish as of October 11th. This is rapidly evolving, stay tuned. And something else to be aware of is that the opt-out by a consumer can occur at any time. So it doesn't need to happen before or after a sale. They don't even need to be your actual customer. A consumer can contact you and say, I don't want you selling it, and you're like, but I don't even know you. You don't have an account with me, you've never bought anything from me. Yeah, they're still allowed to notify you if you're subject to the CCPA. And that again is why it's so critical that you have these processes, because you're responsible for tracking it. If someone sends you a request and you don't respond within 45 days, this is, I banged the mic, sorry guys. This is something that you need to be cognizant of, and also just know that the opt-out doesn't have to occur at any specific time, but at any time they can opt out. So if you're an ad agency, you're like, but what about my brand specific voice? You know, I want to adapt it. I want to make this link very special and specific to me. Cool. So I've rewritten the language that you need. You might notice that it is exactly the same, because this is not up for interpretation. There are other places that you can be creative in font choice and color schemes. Do that in your design. Leave the link message to the legislators that have mandated that your link must say this verbatim. That may change at a different time. Stay tuned for changing, but I just want to make sure that I clearly articulate to everyone, this is the link. The other thing that you need to do in complying with the CCPA is update your privacy policy and your service provider agreements. So in distinguishing between GDPR and CCPA, the GDPR, if you recall, is concerned with the controller and the processor. The CCPA is concerned with the business and the service provider, which track similarly, but again, much like anything, there's nuances in the law, and you need to be aware of that. But the CCPA also includes a new requirement that you must revisit your privacy policies and disclaimers relating to privacy on an annual basis at minimum. So you need to update your privacy policy for CCPA compliance, and you need to build into your operations for you and your client the updating of privacy policies on at minimum an annual basis. And similar to GDPR, where these you have to have the data protection agreements and limit the third party's ability to sell or share the information, similar to what your role and responsibility is. That is very similar to what the requirement is under the CCPA, and what you're going to want to be doing and revisiting your own agreements for service providers to, again, that definition of sale, make sure that you're limiting their ability, your service provider, or your vendor, or the person that you're doing business with, limit their ability to sell or share the information, so they can, so they're not exposing you to more liability, because you are responsible for the contracts that you have in place with third parties to protect the sale of information. I really want to be able to ask, actually, do you guys have questions now? Like, I see it, like, I feel like I'm, do you have questions as far as, am I going too fast? Yeah, Donana.
Okay, so can you clarify whether or not you need the do not sell my personal information link, whether or not you sell the data? So if you don't sell the data, do you still need it?
If you don't sell the data, you don't have to have the link.
Thank you.
That's as of right now, and I'm getting to the amendments. But I just see, like, I want to make sure that I'm not passing you by and you're sitting through this whole thing, not understanding what, like, I want to address these questions now so I can move on to the amendments. Yes, sir.
Does the IP address count as personal data?
The IP address under CCPA, I do not believe, as of right now, constitutes personal data. The amendments that were passed on 3 weeks ago on October 11th said that clarified that depersonalized information and aggregated data do not constitute personal information.
You may have already covered this, and I might have missed it because I'm typing too fast.
That's why I wanted to slow it down a little bit and make sure we're all on the same page.
How does this apply to the use of personal data for advertising, especially as it relates to that data being collected on the website?
Can you rephrase your question?
So I work for a digital agency, and a lot of the websites that we're developing, we are putting tracking pixels and different types of codes on so that, like, for example, the Facebook pixel, Google pixels or Google tags to do remarketing for websites. Different types of advertising utilize that data, and oftentimes we're using the website as the collector or aggregator of that data.
So I believe that I'm going to be addressing your question in the amendments because there's a specific exemption that just passed on October 11th that relates to business purposes. Advertising and marketing are specifically articulated in that exemption. But I don't know, and feel free after to send me, if you have a very specific nuance. Ad tech, MarTech, or marketing tech are highly nuanced areas, and the way that all of the information is collected, used, they're multi-day workshops in and of themselves for attorneys. Like, we spend days in these. So to be able to answer that question, the hypothesis behind that, we could spend a minute. So if you have a specific question and it's not covered, please let me know, and I'm happy to talk with you about it later. Morton?
One clarification and one question.
Yes.
So you said that this applies only to Californians, and then we're talking about, like, geofencing?
California residents, yes.
Yes, so if a California resident either leaves the state, is this America, leaves the state or uses a VPN from out of state, it still applies to them because it's targeted at the person, not the IP address they use to visit the site, correct?
Okay, so this is a complicated question. Let me say what I'm going to say, and then let's re-ask the question, because the definition of California resident actually relates back to California's tax code, which, if you're actually a resident of California, you may know that California will get their taxes from you regardless of where you live if you own a home and you spend a certain amount of days in the state. Like, it doesn't even matter if you don't have an address. Like, it's a complicated analysis of what even constitutes a resident for that purpose. But I don't feel that that's something that I want you guys to know. And I don't think that addresses what you're asking me, which is the IP address.
Well, no, I meant, like,
if a California resident goes somewhere else, are you in trouble because you didn't provide them?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. No, I mean, no. I mean, like the GDPR, which promulgates all of these rules that we're all trying to follow to the best of our ability, a lot of it is speculation on attorneys' parts for how it will be implemented. And what's even more interesting is there have been over 26 amendments proposed during the life of this since it passed last year, 5 of which just went into effect 3 weeks ago. And the California governor has opened these, has just published his regulations, which are further interpretations. So first you have the law, then you have the amendments, and then you have the California Attorney General, the one that's actually going to be prosecuting violations of this, further articulating and defining and refining, like, how this is going to work, what the businesses needs to do to comply. I don't know the answer to your question. I'm interested to know. So
Okay.
I don't know if you, I would assume based on the way it's drafted and the fact that it's California resident, that yes, it would apply because that's how it's drafted. However, it's going to all come back to reasonable person standards. If you're using industry standards technology to actively engage and adhere, and you can show to a court, I've done everything possible, I've done my impact assessment, I've done my data flows, I've tried to comply, they went to Europe, how could I know? The court is going to weigh that out in determining whether, you willfully, obstructed.
Right, so you probably don't want to geofence just California state then.
Probably
More
not.
like
It's just
all
that
of
this, like I said, I mean, the legislators that are drafting this law aren't tech people, so they don't understand how it works. So that was them trying to be very clever and say like, hey guys, yes, you have to have this, but you can have a separate website that you can drive residents to, and have because they know that California is more heavily regulated than any other state, and they have very special rules, not just for data breach and things like that, but also from your ability to file a complaint. So being able to separate that out assists a lot of businesses, but at the same time with geofencing, like if they go somewhere else, how does that work? The legislators certainly didn't contemplate that when they were drafting. And you will be my last question, then I'll get back to my talk. Yes, sir.
You may be addressing this later in your talk, but I'm hearing rumors that California is just the first. Other states may be coming online with this too very soon.
Yes.
You're saying, I feel like it's going to still be relevant, whether it's for California customers or not.
100%. That's why we're talking about it, because California is always the first. And as I said with the data breach protection, the other states are seeing that this is big business, even just from the ability to regulate and fine large companies for failing to. The Attorney General is making money by prosecuting these claims. And allowing private citizens the ability to prosecute claims, it's big business. So yes, do expect for other states to be coming online with their own versions of this. A lot of, and just to be aware, for the two pieces of California legislation that I shared earlier, a lot of states are lazy. And they just adopt California's as enacted as a way to pass the legislation through quickly and not have to reinvent the wheel and come up with their own legislation. So expect two things. The first being that other states will just adopt as is the CCPA once it's refined and enacted. And then secondly, that some adventurous and creative states will come up with their own new derivatives, and we can all figure out how to comply with 50 different states' versions of this law. Okay, so the new rights created for consumers under the CCPA. The right to request the information, which I've started discussing with you, it's triggered in two cases, specifically when the personal information is collected and when the business sells or discloses the information about the consumers. And we've talked already a little bit about the sale. But I wanted to make you very aware, and I've mentioned it before, but the 45-day response time is what you and your organization or your clients are going to have to be performing. When a request comes in, you want to identify or have identified internally who at your business is going to be responding to this requests so they can start verifying them, making sure that the person is not getting more information that they're entitled to, the categorize and can actually perform and respond within that 45-day time period. The right to opt out of the sale, I've already explained that you need to have the link and notice requirement. The amendments just stated or further specified and clarified the web portal. So where does that link go to? This do not sell my personal information. It should go to the ability for the consumer to actually opt out, like a contact form, their name and information, the things that you need to, depending on what your information your organization actually collects, to be able to verify who they are, what information they're seeking, and that. And another way that this differs from the GDPR, and this is really huge, is that the GDPR, if somebody opts out, they opt out forever. But in the US, because it's consumers and it's enacted in California and data is big business, that sounds somewhat negative. That's not fair. No, you can actually re-ask them. We get an additional bite at the apple every 12 months, every year. You can say, hey, I know you told me not to sell your information, but were you serious? Like, did you want to maybe let me sell some data now? So for the larger companies that make a lot of money from the buying and selling of data, they are going to be contacting you pretty much on an annual basis. So happy birthday, and also may I sell your information? Just be creative with that. I'm just helping you guys think about it later. The right of deletion. They can actually ask you to delete the data that you've collected on them. So again, this is part of your operational process. Make sure that you can actually delete. So these are the amendments that I was talking about that were signed into law. At the end of the presentation, I'm going to be providing you a link for where you can find all these yourself. But the exemption of employee from definition was a huge thing for the larger businesses that have the 25 million and are over, because they have significant HR departments and employees and resources. So employees are excluded. Their data, or sale of their data, is excluded until January 1st of 2021. And the emergency contact is information for those employees, contractors, are also excluded until that time. But businesses still must provide the privacy notice and the right of action, the fact that they have the right to opt out regardless of who they are, if you're the selling of their information. 1355 is really just modification, trying to make this make more sense. Understanding that it's continuing to be refined, and we're still working on that process to make it make more sense. The 1564 is the big one. This is the one that I've kind of already touched on with the consumer requests. The big, huge one that I'm so excited about, and you can tell how nerdy I am by how excited I get about this. When this first came out, I gave this talk, or a very similar talk at WordCamp Rome back in September of last year, and how much the information has changed from when I last gave it to when I'm presenting to you. Companies were required to have a toll-free number, which is really inhibitive for global companies and international companies to have a toll-free number in the US. So the Amendment 1564 says if you're an online business, if you don't actually have a physical location and you're solely online, you don't have to have a toll-free number. You can have the client contact web portal or contact form on your website that you would ordinarily have, and an email address where they can request this information. So not mandating the toll-free number was a big deal for a lot of businesses. Required to provide, so I already told you, we'll go back to, with questions, the web form and portal, I touched on that. Carve-outs from personal information. Sorry, was the de-identified and aggregated consumer data is not considered personal information, which is a huge thing for American companies. And you'll like 1146. You can tell that may or may not have been connected to a lobbying effort, which exempts the vehicle information shared between a new auto dealer and the vehicle manufacturer. Like, you love all these like consumer specific and like, oh, and also the auto industry. So anyway, moving on. These are, I have 5 minutes left. This is just kind of comparing and contrasting. I don't expect you, I've touched on it throughout my talk. I don't expect you to read all of this. It'll be in my slide deck. The damages, again, I've already said where GDPR kind of has the warning, the reprimand, the suspension of data processing and fines, so it's kind of like a build up to. The reason that CCPA is so concerning for a lot of businesses is because it eliminated the class action waiver, meaning the private right of action that is created by the CCPA actually is allowed to be brought as a class action, and also arbitration clauses are not allowed. So this is a litigation issue for many companies. So what happens now? So as I said, the California governor has issued his regulations, which are available for your comment. This is a participatory event, not just for the California law, but as we move forward with WordPress and federal legislation. If you have any questions or comments, I've given you the information for how you can submit and participate in the conversation. More importantly, this is the link I promised you earlier. This is the link to the California Attorney General's website, which has a section dedicated solely to CCPA. Answer all your questions. You can read the regulations if you're interested, or you can leave it to nerds like me. I'm happy to tell you what it says. And the U.S. federal privacy law, myth? Maybe. No, privacy attorneys have been interested in heralding the coming of a federal privacy law for about 20 years now. So there are currently 3 privacy federal drafts in Congress presented right now. They have not been brought to committee, and it does not look like they're moving forward anytime soon. So when and if a federal privacy law comes into effect, it would certainly help to reduce some of our confusion and anxiety with having to conform with 50 different jurisdictions and states to do business in the US, but it's not happening anytime soon. So get on board with the CCPA. Joke, it's coming for you. So make sure you know what's up. Again, I would love to see some tools incorporated into Core via plugin. I'm not saying how, I'm just saying, wouldn't it be nice if our mission is for the democratization of publishing to include some tools that would make it easier for us and our clients to comply with some of these? If you agree, there's a way that you can be a part of that conversation. You don't have to agree with me. You can present your own, get more information, but we have created a cross CMS privacy and compliance initiative. Other platforms out there like Joomla have integrated an incredible privacy suite. I know Drupal is working on that. With our 4.96 release, we did include import and export, which is one of the things covered by the GDPR, but the privacy team within WordPress has been working on trying to move the consent and logging feature forward for both the GDPR and the CCPA into Core. So that's all the information, and I will be at Contributor today, and apparently I've run out of time, so I won't be able to answer your questions from stage any further, but I am around and would love to talk to you all. This is my jam. I will talk your ear off about privacy. Thank you very much for your time. Oh, I still have 5 minutes, guys. Sorry, just kidding. So in wrapping up, thank you to the, I really want to thank the organizers. So I was sad to see that WordCamp EU did not have any privacy talks. And with all of the changes, and as quickly as this is rapidly evolving, to not have any privacy talks was concerning to me. I want everyone to know that the organizing committee of US didn't just have a privacy talk, they went out of their way to ensure that there was one here. So that is incredibly commendable. And also I want to thank WordFence, who has been incredibly supportive and generous in assisting me to make this happen and make this talk happen. So questions, preguntas. Yes, senor.
I have a question about, as a developer, what is your liability?
As a developer, what is your liability? I'm listening.
As a developer, what is your liability if, let's say, for example, you have a privacy policy generator that you're using, and so, for X number of dollars a month, you will implement it for a client. Client says, no thanks,
Yeah.
I'm good. So what is your liability as a developer if the client refuses to have like privacy statement links and so on?
Okay. So you are not responsible for their legal compliance.
Mm-hmm.
I would, at minimum, say, hey, you may want to, first of all, for the privacy policy and the privacy policy page were enabled by default in the 4.96 release.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're developing, you should know or have a placeholder for that. You don't, as a developer, have any responsibility to provide them with a privacy policy or to advise them to get one. As a value add service, it would be in your best interest to say, hey, there are several products out there. Termageddon is one of our WordCamp US sponsors, and they've been sponsoring and very involved in the community. So if you recommend, that they get one, but I would also give them choices, so you're not liable, like if they pick only one. If you say go with this one and then there's an issue. Does that answer your question? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Dave? Question? Oh, they're waiting for the microphone. I was just going to repeat your question in my microphone, but I see. All right.
You covered a lot of topics in this talk. If you had to distill it down, what are the main things people need to know to do to survive the CCPF?
Apocalypse?
Exactly.
Yeah. I think first and foremost, we talked about making sure that you have the link. Secondly, making sure that you're revisiting your privacy policies, updating them, and your service provider contracts. And make friends with a privacy attorney. As I said, this is a full-time job. I was refining my speech as of this morning because, and two things. Number one, all of the amendments just passed on October 11th, so everything that people have been doing to prepare for this changed 3 weeks ago. Not everything, but a large majority of things changed 3 weeks ago. I forget what the other thing I was going to say because Morton, what is your question?
What if my site leaks data into a third-party service? Like, say, I have a third-party service that provides avatars in comments, and that service tracks, and my site doesn't communicate to a visitor that that's happening. So how would the visitor know that that's happening, and am I responsible for letting the visitor know that that's happening so that they can go to that third-party service?
Sure, yeah.
Like, how does
so
that work?
Yeah. So the privacy policies, I did not touch on what you need to update your privacy policies with and how they need to be updated, but you are responsible, and this is two things. The requirements are that you have to clearly and conspicuously articulate what information is being communicated, what categories of information are being communicated, to whom, whether they're being sold or not, if there is that monetary or considerable, what was the value? Cool. I have a feeling that there's probably going to be some investigation by the Attorney General to make sure the accounting is very specific, that it's a I mean, the Attorney General is incentivized to collect money and to prosecute claims. I don't understand your question. Right. But the website owners are responsible for how the data is shared and collected. So if you're, yeah. So I just wanted to let you know, I have recently joined MindSize as the Director of Operations. Thank you. I'm very excited about it, being a part of a team. And we have been working on, we've actually built out our privacy audit. So if this is something that you need assistance with, I'm happy to assist you with that. And also answer any of your further questions on privacy. One last question? Not Morton? Rachel? Sorry, he always throws me for a loop. He asks the best questions. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Before, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Yep.
If you don't have to be compliant, do you have to let the consumer know that you don't have to be compliant? Does that make sense?
Let them know in what way? Other than the notice that you're required to have?
So if you have to be compliant, you obviously have to put a link at the bottom and update your privacy policies. How does the consumer know that you have to be compliant or not? Should they know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're filing their complaint. Do you have to comply? I mean, yeah, that would be part of the request. So the consumer can request their information, and part of that verified, your response as the business would be, we're not required to comply with the CCPA for the following reasons. But you need to be able to back that up, because if you tell them fraudulently or incorrectly that you don't have to comply and you don't have to provide the information, you're going to be in trouble. Rachel? And I'm leaving, I promise.
You keep on saying that it's the the person who owns the website. So let's say you hired a developer and you're like,
I'm saying the business. We do keep talking about website owner, but it's the business,
Okay,
regardless of
so-
whether they have a website or not, but yeah.
so let's say I hire a developer and I'm like, okay, make me this awesome page, so on and so forth. And I'm like, oh, screw that. I don't want that there. Are they still reliable or am I?
Okay, ask the question one more time, sorry.
Okay, so if I hire somebody to build me a website, right?
Yeah.
And I told them basically, no, I don't want to have any of those clauses that are supposed to be posted on there for privacy and everything
Yeah,
else.
yeah. So if the client, the person that's hiring the agency says, I don't want any of that stuff there, is the agency liable?
Right.
How's your contract drafted? This becomes very important for your MSAs and your SOWs. You want to limit your liability. And I see this in agencies that they have something that, you know, our sites, our deliverables conform to all applicable laws, regulations. What? Are you kidding me? In that instance, if that's what your MSA says, you're really not even a service, but you're actually an insurer. If you're saying that I'm telling you that your stuff is compliant, so here's what you want to do. Here's the advice I give for as far as accessibility. Your website, tell them what you are coding to at the time of delivery. So I'm going to develop to WCAG, 2.1 AA. I guarantee this, or not, like whatever it is. Don't care what it is, but. I would say we make a recommendation. You need to have a privacy policy. We can send you to Termageddon. We can send you to an outside law firm for advice on, how to do that. But it's your ultimate response. They need to be providing you with the language that goes into their website. Don't be their attorney. Don't be liable for their legal language or their failed due diligence because, again, we're only talking about the CCPA in my talk. That's all we have time for. But we've got HIPAA, we've got FERPA, we've got Graham-Leach-Bliley Act. There are so many different industries and nuances of privacy and compliance that have to be contemplated for a privacy policy that you don't want to be responsible. But if under your client says, can you put that in writing for me? I refuse, I do not want this, and have that as part of your discovery process. That's what we do at MindSize is, do you fall under these categories, and if so, it needs to be in there. And if you don't want it, I'm happy to not put it in there, but I'm gonna have that in writing from you and your legal team saying, we instruct you not to. That's how you limit your liability, cover your asset. Anyway, bye guys, thank you very much for your time.
back, WordCamp US 2019. Oh, we're doing pictures. As always, please silence your cell phones and any other electronic devices that are prone to making noises in the middle of these things, because that's when they do it. Move into the center to leave room for other folks that might come streaming in. May or may not be an issue, but just be cognizant of that. If anyone has any additional accessibility issues, please see someone in a red shirt. We're happy to help. And in the interest of time, please hold your questions till the end of the presentation. There will be time allotted for Q&A. I know you've all heard this 100 times, but we're going to go over it again. Please, please, please come to Contributor Day on Sunday. It's an amazing experience. If you've never been to a Contributor Day and you want to know what it's all about, please visit the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall or attend one of the sessions entitled Everyone Can Help Make WordPress Better, How to Contribute to WordPress. Newcomers are welcome. No experience is necessary, and contributing is an excellent way to get to know others in the WordPress community. And lastly, the WordFest party tonight at City Museum. You need your badge to enter. Please don't forget it. You're not going to want to miss it. And now I am very proud to introduce someone I am proud to call a colleague. With more than 2 decades working across the open web, Nick leads the enterprise WordPress business known as WordPress.com VIP, where he is responsible for the overall business strategy behind enabling the world's most demanding businesses to drive results through digital customer experiences. Prior to his time at Automattic, Nick built a globally recognized digital agency practice focused on transforming how organizations leveraged web platforms to connect with their customers. Let's please give a round of applause for Nick Gernert.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming to an afternoon session here to talk about one of my favorite things in the world, which is, like, I mean this seriously, WordPress in the enterprise. As Rich mentioned, I'm Nick Gernert. I hail from Orlando, Florida, which actually a town called Winter Park, Florida, for anyone familiar. We had a record high yesterday for Halloween. It was awful and hot, and now it's like 30 degrees when I land here in St. Louis, so I could use somewhere in the middle of those two extremes. So a bit about me. I'm a father of 2 boys, a 4-year-old named Hudson and an 8-month-old named Palmer. I love those 2 guys, and I am the husband to a wife that gets the title of most consistent WordPress user in our house. And we can talk more about that if you want to. I have the good fortune of leading Automattic's enterprise business known as WordPress.com VIP, which Rich just mentioned. The 20 years in the open web, I'm old now, and that's, but I've been very fortunate to grow up with the web as it has evolved. About 13 years ago, I did find this community, the WordPress community, and I learned a whole lot about open source, contributing to it, and the power of that. And I love this community, and I love this software because of what it empowers people to do. I started WordCamp Orlando 10 years ago. As it was mentioned, I built one of the first agencies that was focused purely on large-scale WordPress implementations. So if you haven't gotten to the feeling yet, like, I love WordPress doing really big things. And I love that we're here today to kind of talk about WordPress disrupting the enterprise. I joined up at Automattic to move closer to the platform. I wanted to move out of sort of the implementation side, closer to the platform, because I believe what I hope many of you in here believe, which is that WordPress really is a disruptive piece of technology. And I personally believe that it has even more power to disrupt in sort of the biggest use cases, the high end of the market, the enterprise end of the market. And so that's what we're here to talk about today. Depending on which reports you read, just at the high end, WordPress is competing in a $10 billion market that grows at 18% annually when you talk about enterprise WordPress. So I believe it's as equal to or bigger than any other opportunity that WordPress faces. But delivering great experiences to the largest organizations means that we come up against some true giants when we do that. So let's spend some time today and talk about this, because I want to celebrate what makes WordPress disruptive in this space. And I mean disruptive in the most endearing way possible. So I don't mean disruptive like we're causing trouble. I mean disruptive when we talk about innovation, disruption, where in a market there's an established set of norms or values that we think are what matter, and then something else sort of comes in and reframes how we look at that and reframes the idea of value, and then unseats incumbents that really dominate the space. That's the sort of disruption, that's the disrupting the enterprise that this is really focusing on as we talk about this today. So, where am I in my notes? Let's start actually, here I am, on a question for this group. So we've got a pretty good crowd here, and I'm sorry this will alienate those that are watching on the live stream. I won't be able to see what you say here, but I need a question for this audience because I didn't really know who I was going to be talking to, and it's fun to build a talk when you don't really know what everyone's interest is going to be in that. But okay, so here in this audience, if you don't mind, if you're here on behalf of an enterprise, if you're representing, you're employed by an enterprise, and I'll define that as a Fortune 500 company, a Global 2000 company. There are thousands of employees, probably making hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in revenue. If you are here on behalf of something like that, would you raise your hand? Okay, that's pretty good. Thank you. All right. If you're here because you work external of an organization, though, and serve the people that just raised their hands, either that's as a consultant or an agency or some other service provider to an organization like that, would you raise your hand? Ow, okay, there's my audience. Okay, all right. Does anyone build products targeted at the enterprise? Like you have a product and you're selling, great. Okay, so we've got those folks here as well. Who's just curious about enterprise WordPress? Who's just here because they were like, I don't really get to talk about this much? Okay, that's good. Who's here because this was like 45 minutes of sitting and felt like a good place to hang out for 45 minutes? One person. Okay, I got one honest person in the back. I'll take that. All right, that's good. That's actually a really good mix, because I do think if I had gotten no hands on any of those, I would have been in a lot of trouble for what we're going to cover right now. So back to this thought of, whoa, pop your peas. Back to this thought about WordPress and its place within the enterprise. The first place I want to start is this idea that what we're talking about is a movement. That's a photo, not of this room, but of this of one of these WordCamp events. When we talk about, we represent a movement. I believe this group, this event, this community represents a movement. And in enterprise software, that's rare. That rarely happens in enterprise software. There's not really movements behind software in enterprise software. So we are here as a representation of that. We are currently one of more than 1,000 WordCamps that will happen this year across 65 countries on 6 continents. We are thousands of developers and designers and creators across the globe supporting software that powers more than 1/3 of the web. These are things we hear a lot when we live in this space. But that scale is a differentiated point for WordPress. We'll talk a bit more about that. The immense capabilities of this community are also the immense capabilities of the users who rely on that as a core part of their business strategy. It is because of this scale that when the web changes, it starts with WordPress. Think about that for a moment. If you want to influence adoption on the web, you typically start with WordPress. You would typically start with the platform that powers 10x minimum as many websites as the next largest in this space. And that scale, that ubiquity is power, right? Because less time spent focused on keeping pace with the evolution of the web means more time focused on unique business needs. And that's not just a big percentage, that's not just a big multiple or anything else like that. It's validated by groups like the global communications firm Edelman, who will say there is no other content platform that can claim a role in the nature of the web itself. And I love statements like this because it's when you can say, like, there is no other platform. Like, that's defensible land. When you go to talk to somebody about the power of this platform, you can actually walk in and say, like, hold up one of these things here and say, like, look, this is something that no one else can really talk about. That's great content. But to be truly disruptive, it's not enough to be ubiquitous. WordPress must meet the demands of these users. So then we have to look externally. So when we look, for those of you that are just kind of curious on the enterprise space, WordPress is this amazingly unique piece of software that applies across a wide spectrum, right? From individuals and blogging all the way up to some of the stuff we're going to talk about today. And purchase decisions are highly varied across those things. So individuals, small businesses, even medium-sized businesses can make decisions fairly independently. But when you start looking at global deployments of a piece of software, you look, the risk increases, the scrutiny, the demands, everything that comes along with that increases. And so the purchase is just a very different purchase than maybe other parts of this. And so large organizations in the enterprise look to market research driven by analysts, consulting firms, to really try to help shed light on what's happening in this space, what technologies are available, and what's the feedback? Who can show success? What's happening with these things? And those analysts will try to then distill this feedback down around what's happening in a particular piece of technology. And they will also distill it down to like core values that really matter, or needs or wants, or things like this. Like, this is what we're hearing from our customers as analysts. And so they'll say things like enterprises want security, multidisciplinary and cross-functional team engagement, depth of functionality, scalability, accessibility, decoupled architectures. This is not an exhaustive list. These are just things that come back out and reflected from analysts that say, look, this is what we're hearing people want. And so are you able to give people sort of what they want and saying about that? And then they'll also say, like, about any piece of technology. They'll talk about WordPress, for example. And they'll say WordPress is falling short in terms of appeal to multidisciplinary teams. But it's successful at the business user level. So if anybody else in this crowd or on the live stream is getting lost in sort of analyst speak at the moment, we're going to back this out for just a moment. Because what that means is WordPress is still not yet quite seen as a consistent choice that bridges across organizations. When we talk about cross-functional teams, it means that folks from marketing to product to technology are sort of all bought in on a particular decision, and it's going to make a huge impact on an organization. And I won't speak for this room. There's lots of people in here that look like they're working with enterprises, so I'm sure there's lots of perspectives here. But I can speak from my own experience as well as what we see in analyst feedback, and the feedback is fair. It is the reality. WordPress is more often first successful with a specific use case. And then it has the potential to expand from there. This is known as the bottomed-up sort of adoption of technology. It's also referenced as like consumerization of IT, where people in an organization bring something in that they liked from either personal or past experiences, and then they expect that to then be deployed at an organization. This is not a bad thing. There's many of the successes currently rooted in this sort of bottom-up adoption. It is a slow way, though, to kind of find your way across an enterprise when you do bottom-up. The converse of this is where things are more difficult, is when you come top-down to be widely adopted across organizations. And that's where these analysts are saying, like, we're not seeing this sort of top-down piece, at least in their own feedback. But the great news is that while there are challenges here, there really are success stories. And each person in this room that raised their hand that's serving large enterprises, I'm hoping and I'm sure has a story about this and can talk about where this is happening. And we're actually going to talk through some of those scenarios today. So part of the opportunity for this group is to also for us to come together and help better tell these stories. Because for as long as I've been passionate about WordPress and enterprises, this sort of feedback has existed, but it's a story that changes over time. As the current disconnect between demonstrated success and market perception and analyst perception actually is incongruent. It's not actually reality. We just have to shift the reality. We can demonstrate the success and then amplify those successes. Also, one other thing here is to note is this enterprises want list is a bit of, I'll go back to it, like enterprise speak. And it's also very tactical. This is one thing that I don't like to get lost in enterprise world, is you get lost in tactics and then you kind of forget bigger picture on a lot of these things. When we focus too much on saying maybe decoupled architectures and what are we doing in decoupled architectures, you lose sort of sight of what's happening and why that even matters on these things. So what I like to do is then distill this back down to concepts that are a bit more resilient and get to a bit more of what folks actually need in making decisions around technologies such as WordPress and what we're talking about with WordPress. So let's take that want list and bring it down to more needs, and let's talk about WordPress through that. And specifically, I want to talk about like differentiated value. And going back to earlier, what I mentioned about being disruptive is to actually reframe part of the discussion, not to the point of being obstinate about what this thing does or doesn't do based on your needs, but to actually reframe the discussion around like, actually, this is what we see, where we see success being driven for enterprises. So back to this. Enterprises need, we're going to distill this down into 4 key areas here that we'll talk about. Agility, ownership, flexibility, and simplicity. And in these 4 areas, things like decoupled architectures can come up. The aspects of multidisciplinary and cross-functional like needs can be met here. We all see it, but we're going to look at it through a slightly different lens that's a bit more broad, but also a bit more resilient, and helps us go back to first principles about things when it comes to like, where should we go? Where should we focus? Okay, so we'll start with agility. I jumped ahead. And agility is what I want to highlight as the single largest disruptive advantage WordPress sees over other platforms. This is an area where we differentiate on what enterprise users actually need in order to do their job. Industry-wide, we are seeing a shift. If we take a step out from like mass media and publishing for just a moment, decisions around platforms such as WordPress used to be mostly led as an IT decision. Start in IT, could be rolled out from there, and that is shifting to be more of a marketing-led decision. And when the decision budgets change within the organizations, so do the motivations behind why something is chosen in doing that. And so when those motivations change, agility becomes a really key one here in these. And so what we're going to talk about is Capgemini first here as an example of this. Capgemini is a global technology consultancy that actually drives organizations' decisions behind like platform decisions, exactly like what we're talking about. And they reached what I would describe as a tipping point in these organizations where enough little things that tend to hold the organization back add up to a lot that then force a very significant decision. And I want to say for this room, like a shift of like content platforms like we're talking about where something comes over to a WordPress is a significant decision when we're moving from like bottom-up adoption and it's not the microsite. Now we're talking about everything that may happen. And specifically in this case, we're talking about Capgemini.com, which is everything they're doing globally across their .com, and it impacts just about every corner of the external perception of the organization. And the little things that added up are things that I hope sound very familiar to everyone in this room. Small changes requiring days of lead time or being bottlenecked through individuals within an organization. This is a story like old as time in organizations like this, where that level of friction really becomes a problem. Template changes, what's a template? But like slightly larger changes, anything that you may want to do that's new or hasn't been thought of previously would take weeks or months of lead time in order to move. A handful of people in an organization of 200,000 actually knew how the underlying content platform technologies worked. And when these things start to add up, what happens is individual parts of the organization start to work around the process. And what happened was, instead of using the established incumbent tools, they start blazing their own paths. I've got my own budget. I'm going to go spin up something here. I'm going to go build this over here. I will just find my own way, creating an absolute governance and efficiency nightmare for an organization of that size. And this is all natural because the days of like, okay, we're going to do a major re-envisioning of product or web or our engagement across anything, and that taking years and in this big romantic process, like a lot of that is really gone. That is behind. The pressures on businesses are too large and they must adapt much more quickly than they would previously. And this is where time to value is just really critical. Because value is not any one point in time. Value should just be an ongoing thing. And where WordPress really drives value here is that it is incredibly agile in spinning it up. It is the platform that famously intended to be up and running in minutes, that has one of the world's most widely tested UIs. You remove licensing worries. You add in a massive community with thousands of pre-built integrations, and you have agility that can be truly differentiated from other solutions when you're trying to look at like what's the best fit for our organization. And the thing that we see, we saw specifically in Capgemini and that we see in these organizations is that organizations are quickly having to adapt to the changing landscape of what marketing even looks like and what digital marketing means. One of the primary changes is the role of just individuals within organizations as they their role in marketing for the company. And most people are suddenly in marketing if you're part of a company. And content creation right now, I have never seen such an emphasis on organizations right now on content creation to help drive demand generation. A lot of very mature organizations are finding that inbound demand is growing down. And where that happens, they're needing to create content to attract more people in there to look at the actual business and drive the demand back up. And so what happens is bottlenecks and impediments are removed in terms of how people are able to publish, and then that opens up more publishing to happen and removes those bottlenecks. So productivity goes up. Now we're talking about 1,400 users that log in across their entire organizations to manage what is 38 different sites in 10 different languages that are contributing to at least 20,000 different pages and many other different types of content throughout that. That is agility that is taking it out of the hands of a handful and freeing up people to actually focus on business objectives and differentiated business objectives. Next up is ownership, and this is probably the one where I'll spend, I don't need to spend a ton of time on ownership, but I also don't want to understate the importance of something that we can all easily take for granted once we've been in this community for a bit. There's the old saying you've probably heard, if you love something, set it free. And that's really just saying that freedom with choice is a very powerful thing. You want to choose to use the things that make your business successful, not simply use them because you have limited options. Ownership is critical to having a choice. Ownership of product, ownership of customer journeys, ownership of data, of future business needs. This is a critical need, and in an enterprise context, much software comes from closed, opaque systems that are typically associated with vendor lock-in. That's not to say that all software is that way, but it is a space where that is very common. And we could be a breath of fresh air in that. With content sitting at the core of so many customer experiences, ownership and also transparency just to how all of these things work is really critical to long-term success. And the ownership is differentiated just beyond the fact that we believe strongly in the ideals of open source and what that represents, but because of also what we represent in this building, which is that ownership also doesn't mean I'm locked into a very small group that understands how all of this stuff works. I'm actually tied to a vibrant, massive community that helps me not feel that lock-in with even vendors within an ecosystem that can often happen. So the breadth, again, of this ecosystem becomes even more differentiating when we talk about something like ownership. And what we see is average life cycles exceeding 5 years and beyond. The old idea of vendor lock-in and actually holding people into contracts actually doesn't materialize. There's very little difference between if I was restricted into long-term licenses versus using something that was open like this. There's very little difference in retention as a result. This next piece is flexibility. And when I say flexibility, I mean flexibility, but without starting from a clean slate. Flexibility must start from a place where we're solving the unique challenges of an organization. The flexibility inherent to WordPress is what has allowed it to see its 16th birthday, I believe, and will enable it to see many, many more. I love thinking about all the different things that WordPress has seen since 2003 and how it's adapted over those times. This platform is as vibrant as ever, with more than 50,000 plugins, robust APIs, and a forward-looking site management experience powered by a new modern block editor known as Gutenberg. This flexibility is what empowers WordPress to confidently serve both monolithic models, the monolithic model of saying look, WordPress serves web pages. You go from content to web page serving and you can do that. But also more modern approaches to content, if you know the COPE acronym, create once, publish everywhere, which relies on API-driven applications serving components. If enterprises want decoupled architectures today. Well, we can do that, but we can also say with confidence that this platform will evolve to serve the next needs, thanks to the inherent flexibility that's just built into the platform that we know and love. And this flexibility is what has allowed a global media organization such as News Corp to adopt WordPress at the core of their digital publishing operation. From the New York Post to mastheads across the UK and Australia and others, News Corp continues to standardize on WordPress. They're fully embracing both what WordPress offers natively, but also what's possible when you embrace its flexibility. Its flexibility. They're even in the process now of building a common set of solutions that layer on top of WordPress, which they're calling NewsPress. There are many folks from News Corp in this room right now and at WordCamp US. Find them, ask them more about it. But key to News Corp's continued investment in WordPress has been the promise of the block-based editing experience of Gutenberg for publishing workflow, but also what will ultimately become site management. So I want us to actually, they've been very kind to let us look at a few examples here. So I'll start by saying that Gutenberg has been the single, this is a personal anecdote, most exciting thing development for me since the custom post type, which also like dates myself in this community, I think. So if you've been here long enough to know that that was not always a thing, it was a revolutionary thing when you went into an organization and said you no longer have to see the world through the lens of a post and a page. You can now see it through the lens of like your world. And Gutenberg to me is a very similar sort of moment where you can say like there's a whole new lens that you can look at this world through. And it goes back to this idea of like create once, publish everywhere. Just even Gutenberg's approach to content is helping us look forward at how content will be consumed and how WordPress will support that. So on that, I lost my place, sorry. I want to look quickly at some things that we're seeing News Corp do with their newfound power. I will caveat the following. I am assuming a baseline familiarity with Gutenberg here. So my apologies if anyone in the audience this may be your first time seeing Gutenberg, but I also think that might be okay. What I'm going to show you here are some really interesting things that they're layering on top of Gutenberg. Again, talking about flexibility here. So this is not standard Gutenberg. This is things they're doing with it. But they're tailoring it to a major organization's needs. Specifically, we're going to see three things through like three GIFs here. There's no audio along with this. I did not perfectly script this to go along with this, but I'm going to talk you through this. What's interesting to me about this is we're going to see three things. Specifically, we're going to see how disparate sources of content are pulled together into one context here in the editor. We're going to see how people are making informed decisions through the editor, and we'll go more into that. And we even have some fancy leveraging of machine learning to help manage large data sets and speed time to publish on these sorts of things. So we're going to walk through those three, and we're going to start with that first one here, which is disparate sources of content being pulled together. So again, if you've never seen Gutenberg before, you're at a great event. But this is using this item called web components here. And web components are what you're seeing here is really taking this concept of assembling disparate pieces of content, but in context with options without ever leaving the editor. In this particular example, the web components streamline the process of embedding interactive components into content using a Gutenberg block. The editor is able to integrate numerous different services into the article without navigating away from the content by simply selecting the type of component from a library, making the relevant changes or actions depending on the component, and then inserting it into the article. Web components give the editor the ability to think only about the content at hand, yet gives them the flexibility to control and customize the components depending on the topic of the article. And you probably can't read the article, but the article is it's sports related. And if you haven't noticed, there were like scores and stats being added. This is a podcast that's now being added in here at the end. And it's this assembly of these different content. These are coming from sources that the organization has in other places, but doesn't necessarily want folks having to leave like the place where they're needing to do their job in order to get that done. The next piece here is this part where I said they're going to be able to make an informed decision. I'm sure many of you in here have heard about this concept of like related articles or things like that. You've encountered this at some point in here. So maybe not a revolutionary concept in related articles, but actually what's happening here is that we're talking about managing a massive catalog of content and helping folks understand, like, how do I keep people engaged in what we're doing right now? And what you're going to see in this is that the act of looking for related content has been enhanced. And actually what really warms my heart in this particular example, and again, I can take credit for none of these, but what warms my heart in seeing this example is there's a couple of things happening for the user in this. One, you are able to fully preview what it is you'd like to relate right in context and not have to jump back and forth. So is this the right thing? Is this what I wanted to see? The other part, and I just talked over it, is this stats piece. Another example of it's going to come back around, where they're bringing into view the performance of pieces of content as well. Now, performance is in the eye of the beholder. All of us are incentivized in different ways and different outcomes. In this case, traffic, time spent on these things are important. And so the person is able to look at how has this piece of content performed and make a decision as to whether or not this really is the best fit for this. Again, we're pulling information from disparate systems here, but in the context of this experience and helping push towards informed decisions. And if I can challenge us to do anything as a community, it's the more we can show enabling informed decisions to be and actions to be taken, as opposed to just working through a checklist. Like, the better everyone is, because this actually drives towards informed business results on this sort of thing. So that's this related content piece. And then this last piece is related to link suggestions. And as I understand it, this is born from the need, the breaking news concern. And in a mass media, speed wins on this, and the ability to get content out quickly can make the difference, really make the difference in the performance of a piece of content. But that also, you never want that to come at the expense of like a well-formed piece of content either. And so what's actually happening here in this is that there's this link suggester that's it's an API, it's feeding in, it's taking the content of this particular piece, and it is then comparing that against other terms used within this particular instance of WordPress. And then it is highlighting those terms for these people. And then it is suggesting where you can link those people off to based on those terms in real time there. So you can make a quick call around, do I want to take Theresa May and turn this into a link off to other stuff about Theresa May or not? I don't necessarily have to do that. I can skip on it. Or Boris Johnson. Okay, I'll make that the link for Boris Johnson. Like, this is the sort of thing where you're able to make these decisions, but it like completely reduces the friction of having to come in and find these sorts of ways. So again, that agility, that time to market, that sort of thing there is incredibly exciting and powerful within the context of WordPress. Keep me in this context. Don't make me open 15 browser tabs to get the job done. Pull it all into one cohesive view and go from something that assembly can take hours in these contexts sometimes to do full-fledged things down to minutes, which is incredibly powerful in looking at these. And this is just a taste of what's happening in like extending Gutenberg right now in sort of an enterprise context, which like I'm incredibly excited to see what continues to come as we continue to push on these things. And I have like one last anecdote that happened this week on flexibility, but it stuck with me and I wanted to share it because I felt like the timing was perfect. And I was on a phone call with a former head of product from, let's just say, another content platform that exists. I'm not going to name which one specifically, but we were catching up, and this person is, like I said, former. And in the discussion, it just came up, one of a major brand that was coming to WordPress. And I can't name the brand, but it's an exciting win for WordPress when all of this stuff launches. And this person was like, yeah, we were in that. And we did not get through that. And I was like, can you tell me about like your perspective on what contributed to not getting through that process? And he was like, it came down to an inability to be flexible enough to meet their, the business demands. And it just really reinforces for me, like this flexibility aspect like is a loaded term because there's a lot that goes into saying flexibility, but it is something that allows the platform that we know and love and WordPress to adapt and be able to adapt so that we're not also forcing people to see their world through our eyes. We are opinionated, and there are things about like the WordPress experience that are opinionated, but those are also loosely held. And the examples shared before start to show like, oh, how do I take core concepts and really start to carry those through in a way that is meaningful for my particular business on this sort of thing. So anyway, flexibility wins. It's core, it's key. It will keep you on the platform for 20 years when we get to be old enough for someone to have used it that long. But I do have the good fortune of working with groups that have been on the platform for a decade now and have no plans to change, and that's incredibly powerful. That's really exciting for the platform. Okay, last piece here that I want to talk about, and I'm just doing a quick time check for myself. 30, wow, time flies when you're up here. How are you all doing? Sorry, I'm talking a lot. Is this idea of simplicity. And this one's shorter than my previous ones, which I'll start with this from Gartner. It is no surprise that it is particularly popular with organizations that need to build complex content applications. And I actually like this because I'm like, ooh, that sounds like WordPress really can stand up to the task of jobs. But I like to couch this with like, WordPress makes the complex simple. And I mean simplicity in solutions that are approachable. In fact, like WordPress's success in the enterprise space to date is exactly because it's not enterprise software, right? It's software that people wanted to bring into the organization. It did the job better than other pieces of software, and then it proliferates from there. So that's what's wonderful about this, is that simplicity means we demand more of our software at work. As I mentioned earlier, the UI of WordPress is one of the most tested anywhere in the world. There are ready-made models for those extending WordPress, so that more time is spent solving business challenges and less time spent refining UIs. If you've been around this long enough, if you're in this long enough, you know that building interfaces is not easy. Start from a place that has one of the most tested UIs anywhere, period. The learning curve compresses, the time to value much shorter, and users of the system are able to be effective much more quickly. You're not needing to ramp people up into being experts in the system in order to be effective, which is incredibly powerful for organizations. Total cost of ownership, time to value, all these things are things we can really highlight. As with Capgemini, the more accessible things were, now 1,000+ people are now contributing to something. And it's this simplicity as well that helps an organization like a Shep Book Group also empower marketing teams across their organization. They manage a site now as like a single source of digital marketing with thousands of titles and authors and imprints, as well as a catalog of books that grows by 1,700 every single year. And it's allowed digital teams to focus more on analysis and optimization and iteration of the product itself, and much less on being like the remote hands for their marketing teams and the content teams. They've put the full control of their own sites into the marketing teams from a consistent platform and interface. So that brings me to two closing thoughts on a lot of this. The sustainability of WordPress's current success in the enterprise, as well as where future success really lies for me, it comes in two core concepts. The first is that we always keep in mind the experience of the user. This is core to who we are as WordPress. The user-centric nature of WordPress and this community is exactly what carried it to the usage that we see today, and it's our greatest asset when advocating for the potential of WordPress with the world's most demanding users. Again, the experience is consistent, it's well-known, it's well-tested, it's powerful. But beyond the success of the user that touches WordPress, where we all need to keep our eyes is on the success of that user's customers. If we demonstrate that WordPress also understands what the success of that user's customers looks like, we will ensure that enterprise adoption only continues to grow. That's why I like informed actions and what the News Corp example shows. That's trying to push people to say, I know what I want my end users to do, and I'm trying to build solutions that help me do that more thoughtfully. Understand what the end goals are, and then support those. It's not just about using a CMS because it's fun or anything else. Like that's not, as much as I love this space, it's a means to an end, right? And that is the success of those customers that we must always keep in mind. So that my second challenge there. For the examples I shared today, I would be remiss if I didn't say thanks to those who helped actually build those things out. Again, it takes a village to build out examples like this. It's also incredibly exciting to me that examples like this could not have been shared not too many years ago on this. What I'm talking about with global adoption on Capgemini or Hachette or what News Corp is doing right now, like these things were much more rare and they are becoming much more common now. And this disruption is really just at the beginning of taking much more of this $10 billion industry. But this takes a village. And so when it comes to what I showed in Capgemini, HumanMade and the folks at HumanMade were critical in helping them get to a point of customizing that solution to everything that they needed. News Corp, Paul Cleves, who's sitting, I don't mean to call him out, but he's sitting with many folks from Big Byte and the crew at Big Byte there. I've worked, Ian and that gang were very kind and helpful to give me nice gifts to share with you all today as part of this. That's the group there that's really helping like them carry those pieces forward. On Hachette Book Group, Ally Interactive is doing that along with us in support. These are all things that also do touch what we're working on at WordPress VIP, and so there's many of us here that can also talk about this as well as more of those. But I would be remiss if I did not call out the amazing work of those groups and many of you in this room that have helped really push this platform to this point. So I'm sure there's hundreds more of these that we can share, and I'm here all weekend. So I'd love to talk more about this with you in Disrupting the Enterprise, because we are all stronger for sharing these stories. For today's talk, I have a post up already. You can go to that URL. It recaps a lot of this stuff. If you want to grab any of the key concepts, they'll be up there. And I couldn't be more excited to share in this future with you all. So thank you for the time. I think we've got a few minutes for questions. Or I'll just keep talking. It's good. I can do it. Just ask my colleagues. I like tightly scripted myself today. So wow. Oh, okay. We got one. It's okay.
Could you quickly compare VIP to like an Acquia and how WordPress and Drupal kind of, as Acquia being kind of an enterprise Drupal, how is VIP kind of like that for WordPress?
Yeah, I mean VIP for the equivalent there, I mean there's a lot of similarities there. Like what we're focused on VIP is building out like the platforms and the fundamentals that take everything that's great about WordPress, its core WordPress, but then layering a lot of the other aspects on here that are sort of those expectations of organizations. So when I go back to that, like enterprises want or expect and like that bridging that, it is like how do we bridge across DevOps, continuous integration, like how do we look at the full life cycle of applications? And so we're building a platform that's highly focused on like what is the life cycle of applications, how do those users expect that, keeping that highly available, and really pushing a platform that like supports all of the great work that then's deployed on top of that in doing that. So similar to what they're achieving in the space.
With some of the solutions you guys are developing for enterprises, is any of that moving or allowed to even move towards like WordPress core being released to community use, or does it end up being proprietary?
Yeah, the question was, is the work, and I think you mean that specifically from like the VIP context, is that proprietary, is it finding its way to core? I would encourage everybody to go look at our GitHub repository. We put most of our stuff out there publicly that does not create any sort of like security concerns. From my view, you know, everything that we do, I want us to lift sort of the entire community through our work. A lot of the benefit we can provide is at the scale of what we operate and what we see. And so we want to make WordPress stronger through that. So there absolutely are things that find their way back into core. We have members of our team that have been in, like I think our current record is 16 of the last 20 releases. We have a member of our team sitting on the core security right now that's helping it there. So giving back and trying to bring this back out to the core platform is a key focus of our work.
Hi. What do you see as the biggest shortcomings in WordPress sort of core that you see, when pitching against competitors?
Yeah. It's funny, in WordPress core, the biggest shortcomings that still, or the biggest things that I still think hang over WordPress, and this would be at the community level, and core is part of that. The security aspect of this is still like a befuddling and frustrating sort of thing that hangs over this in these discussions. We all in this room, I hopefully know and embrace the fact that WordPress is secure software, as it exists in the market, and we work very tirelessly to ensure that. But there is, just based on the ubiquity on the web, there's lots of stories you find. And so when we're in process with enterprise, we have a high degree of scrutiny in that area and a lot of skepticism, I would say. Like if there's skepticism we're going to hit, it's going to happen there. So that, I think is one of the more common things that we hit. From a core level, it's interesting in an enterprise context, there's still so much that's so freeing about WordPress core and what it offers, especially relative to other options in this space right now, that the aspect of what Gutenberg represents and atomizing the content more and helping better see how content will look in the future is so far beyond what other platforms look like at the moment that it's actually incredibly refreshing and fun for that. But if you can't get over some of the basic needs that folks have in security and other things, then it sometimes prevents the further conversation. So it's something we're highly tuned into helping counter.
Last question.
Sure.
So with the enterprise WordPress, do the enterprise customer get the same kind of plugin economy, the theme economy, or is it restricted to, because I believe there would be a lot of restrictions for enterprise to tap into just any about plugins, right?
Yeah. So we want to try to empower as much of what's possible within WordPress, but we also have to be realistic about the fact that there's a lot of code of a lot of differing quality and was built with different contexts. Some things are built and never intended to say oh my gosh, an organization like News Corp is now suddenly using my plugin and they're piping tens of thousands of something through it now, and that wasn't taken into account. So I do think when we look at the enterprise context, something that we're really mindful of is saying, how do we look out on the market and say what's working really well, and how do we highlight that? And then what are things that could potentially work really well, but need a bit more work in order to really stand up to the demands of the users? So we have a heightened sensitivity to security and performance and the overall resiliency of the plugin ecosystem. We don't want to come from a position of saying no, because we want organizations to be able to take advantage of what this offers. But there is a reality around just the diligence and risk that you want, risk tolerance of organizations, that we want to make sure folks feel good about the software they're running as well, and that it is up to the task. So it's a balance. Okay. I appreciate you all. There's a lot of people to be interested in enterprise WordPress, and I hope I get to talk to each one of you. So thank you all.
right, welcome back, everyone. Just one more to go today. Who's still with me? Come on. There we go. That's better. Okay, great. So I know you've all heard this all day long, but I'm going to go over all these things once again. Please silence all of your phones and other electronic devices. And move to the center if you possibly can. I don't think it's an issue in this room right now, but, you know, if we need to make room for other folks, then please help them out. Accessibility needs, please see somebody in a red volunteer shirt. We'd be happy to help. And hold all your questions till the end of the talk, and we'll have some time allotted for Q&A. Contributor Day. Please come to Contributor Day on Sunday. It's an amazing experience, and you know, if you've never been to a Contributor Day before and you want to know what it's all about, you know, just ask one of the red shirt folks, or please visit the Get Involved table in the sponsor hall. They'd be happy to answer your questions. It's an excellent way to get to know other people in the community and really give back to WordPress, which does so much for all of us. And lastly, the WordFest party tonight at the City Museum. Do not forget your badge. You're not going to want to miss the party. All right, and now to introduce Andrea Zollner. She is the Chief Content Creator at SiteGround and lead organizer for WordCamp Montreal in Canada. Andrea trained as a broadcast journalist and worked in corporate communications before trading in for a career in tech. Now she spends her days developing brand messaging, copy editing, and blogging. When she's not at home in Montreal, she's sampling the digital nomad life and documenting her adventures on her travel blog. Please give a warm welcome, Andrea Zollner.
Thank you. Can you hear me all? Is my mic, yes, picking up? Great. Just wanted to make sure. Hi, everyone, and thank you for making it all the way to the end of the first day of WordCamp US. It's been a pretty great first day. I think that there's been so many great talks to attend. And one of the interesting things about WordCamp US is that it's an opportunity to see each other in person, which in our industry is not something that we get to do all that often, especially at this scale. And that's kind of the reason why I wanted to present something like this today on how to leverage your online presence to get more clients and better job offers, because so much of what we do is digital these days. Is there an echo in the room, or is that just me? Are you guys, yeah? Is this mic on, or is there a reason? I don't know if there's anything we can do about it, but I apologize for that. Right, so when we're talking about interacting online, a lot of us do that day to day with our work, and if you're a freelancer, a lot of the time getting clients can be done online as well. And if you're hoping to get a career in tech, so many companies offer distributed roles, or you have to connect online before you can start that conversation in person on your next career move. And so in this presentation, I'm hoping to share a couple of tips on how you can maximize that time you spend in front of your computer screen to really reach out and to grow, whether it's your own business, your freelance business, or in your own career. But before that, I want to introduce myself. My name is Andrea, and I work for SiteGround, as you know. And among many other things, I create and review content, and I weigh in on projects related to communication, messaging, and the English language, really, at SiteGround. But when people find out that I work for SiteGround, they're not so much interested in what I do day to day. They want to know how this big web hosting company in Europe found me, a content creator in Montreal, Canada. And the easiest way for me to tell that whole story is that I was referred by an industry friend who was introduced to me by a former colleague because I had written a blog post that she'd seen online and that she liked. We were put in touch because of that. And that put me on her radar. So when SiteGround started looking for an English-speaking content writer, I came to mind. But I have to stress that before all of that happened, our first interactions were online. She'd seen something that I had published, and that was a really big key factor in my career move. If you're visual and you want to follow along on your own devices, you can find the slides for this presentation at this address. And I'll leave that up for a second. And I'll be tweeting them out also after if you want to refer back to anything that you see here today. If you're following online through our live stream and you want to submit questions and everything, you can also tweet at me. And later on tonight, I'll try and answer all the questions on Twitter. I'll also be at the after party, so if you want to chat, that's a great time as well. So back to the topic at hand. How do you job hunt, schmooze, or client hunt from behind a computer screen? What if it makes you uncomfortable to kind of put yourself out there online, and maybe you're just better with like human-to-human contact? How do you get behind, like when you're sort of doing it digitally, how do you put yourself out there? And I think a lot of the advice that we give to small businesses is that if you're not online, you don't exist. And that can apply to individuals as well. And it's a little bit harsh and it's a little bit simplistic, but I think it's a good place to start when we talk about using your online presence, using your online profile to really put yourself out there. And if I use myself as an example, it really was a key factor. So I want to kind of use that as a starting point, because what Google says about you and what people find about you online is important. And if we think about it in that way, you know, when opportunities arise for people to hire you or to recommend you for a project or for a job, they're gonna look you up because they wanna know, one, are you still active in the industry? Maybe you met at a WordCamp a couple of years ago and you really stood out to that person, but they wanna know, are you still active? Maybe you went back to school or you've changed careers entirely or industries. So that's important to show that you're still open for business. And the other thing, they want to check if you're as good as they remember. So maybe you really impressed them when they spoke, but they want to remember, you know, can I see some samples? Are they as good as I think? And you know, if they're presenting you to someone that they're working with, they want to be able to prove that. And for those two reasons alone, I think it's really important that the first step in doing this is polishing your online presence. Because you want to make sure that that brochure you have about yourself online is up to date, that it really presents you in the best light possible. So whether you're a job seeker, a freelancer, for hire, or if you're the face of your business, if you are your business, you need to have enough of an online presence to look legit, to look like you're open for business. You don't have to be super loud or flashy or a prolific blogger. You don't have to be publishing content every hour, every day, but you do have to look like you can be contacted for work and that you can be hired. So being able to connect online with people around the world is definitely one of the huge perks of our business. And being able to work remotely means that pretty much the whole world is at our disposal. I work from Canada for a company in Europe, so that's just an example. And so another benefit is that we can use our online tools that we know how to use to publish our thoughts, share our knowledge, and showcase our talent in a permanent place that people can access. So all of that content that we publish and we promote compounds, and it's there to kind of build our online portfolio, build our online presence. And so I really recommend starting with that. But of course, when you're online, it's a double-edged sword. It also means that anything that you put online is there for people to find, good or bad. You know, whether you want them to find it or not, it's something to keep in mind that your digital footprint contributes to the opinion people make of you. That's just the way it is. So you don't have to overhaul your online presence, because that's pretty daunting, but you can start by making some tweaks and polishing it up to make sure that you are, you know, ready for people to come find you online. So how can we do that? Well, instead of just going through a checklist, I want to kind of go over a couple of scenarios that we probably have all experienced at one time or another, whether you run your own business or you're looking to kind of treat your career like a business. One of them is maybe your headshots are kind of getting old, or maybe your business branding is outdated or confusing. So sometimes we start a business where we freelance under our own name. Maybe we decide to launch a business under a different name, but it's all us and it's a little bit confusing. Maybe our headshots are kind of getting old. Updating your visual branding is pretty much marketing 101, and it applies to individuals as well. If you're trying to meet people at conferences and you don't look anything like your photo, that can be a tricky problem. It's not the end of the world, but you want to make sure that people absolutely know that they're talking to you, and that when they Google you after, it kind of matches up. And the other thing goes for visual elements. If you've been working under a couple different brands, maybe you came up with a branding or a name for your business, and now you're freelancing under your own name. You just want to make sure that none of that is too confusing and that people are sure that they found the right person. And essentially, it's worth, like, a really simple way to correct that is just to, take a fresh photo. You can ask a friend to do it in really good lighting, and just make sure that you clean up any old logos. Even better than that, though, is if you have a graphic designer friend or someone that you can ask get them to do some branding for you so you can have those digital assets and those visual assets, and you can use them on all the platforms that you use online so that it's super cohesive and you're really treating it like a business, because that's not really going to land you your dream job, but it can help you look just that much more polished and professional, and that's always a good image to have. Even if it's a little superficial, I think it's a good foundation to set, and it's something that makes you seem more trustworthy and professional. The next thing is, who can relate to this? Your website's last blog post was over a year ago. I've definitely been in that camp. I know what it feels like. People can really only manage a couple of channels at a time. So perhaps you're in a situation where you started blogging and you had momentum, and then things changed, it wasn't a priority anymore. And so you have this really great content on your blog, but the timestamp of it being kind of old is sort of bothering you, it's blaring. And so a really quick way to change that or to fix that is just to make those dates and those timestamps on your last post less visible. You can hide them on your homepage, you can keep that content on your site, but just don't advertise that you haven't been blogging for a year. The other thing that you can do is maybe you can't really spend the time writing full-length content, but you're really great and funny and useful on Twitter. If that's your channel where you shine, you can embed that timeline on your own website so people can see that you're still active, you're still contributing, but it's just that you've switched the channel that you're most active on. So that's an easy way to fix that. And I think that if you've invested the time in really great content, don't hide it. Just leave it up there, and you can update that so that it's current and relevant while still not dedicating time to writing again and again. But if you love to write, then that's great too. I think that you can dedicate time to it, and even better than just cleaning up the timestamps is to determine a sustainable content strategy for you. So if you want to be publishing and creating content, but the blog is maybe a little bit too much, focus on Twitter, focus on LinkedIn posts, choose a medium that's right for you, and try and determine a strategy that you can stick to and that's more sustainable for you. So what happens if you have a super common name and people can't find you? They can't find the right you. This is tricky. I'm lucky. I have a very unique name, so I'm pretty easy to find. But I know people that have the problem. They can't get their domain name. They can't get the Twitter handle. On Instagram, people can't find them. So what do you do when you do that? Well, one way is just to find an alternative in your name. Maybe you have a middle name that's more unique, or an initial that you can use. Or you can also create a different business name for your business that isn't your first and last name. That's something that you can do to set yourself apart. But the long game could be just to really work at creating content, publishing content, being online as much as possible, and then having your digital capital increase, and so you can sort of be the person with your name that is the most visible online. Now that's sort of a long game, but it's something that you can do to increase your SEO and have people be able to find you more easily. So, I mean, it's not the easiest answer. The answer really is just publish more. But that's something that you can do so that you can really claim your name. And as soon as people decide that they want to be online in a bigger way, I recommend going on Instagram, going on Twitter, just claiming your handle as soon as you can, getting your domain name as soon as you can, because you never know when someone else with your name or with your same idea is going to want to claim those as well. What do you do when you're struggling to separate your personal and professional online presence? Now, a lot of the tips that I'm giving right now don't directly result in better jobs, better clients. But I'm trying to lay the foundation here so that you can be super comfortable publishing online, and you create the boundaries that you need to be able to focus your attention and focus your energy on the channels that are going to yield the most results for you. And sometimes one of the challenges in doing that is determining how much personal information you want to share online, what personal balance with like the professional channels you're using you want to create, how much of yourself is part of your business. So if you're struggling to find that separation and to like determine what that looks like for you, the first step you can do is pick a binary approach. Maybe Facebook is just going to be personal. You're going to lock it down and only allow close friends and family on Facebook. And maybe you choose LinkedIn for your professional activity, and sort of you treat those as very separate entities. This is something that can really work, and it's an easier way to make those decisions and not have to think about it too much. But another way, for us, a lot of us, it's a lot more complex. You know, we have friends and colleagues and former classmates and people on Facebook that could be professional contacts. They've become friends, which is super positive and great. But you know, it's a lot more gray. And maybe you and your personality is actually a big part of your business. Maybe people know you for certain things that are unrelated to your profession, but help them, you know, trust you more and want to hire you. So it can be a lot more complicated for a lot of us. And so, and you also never know where your next contract is going to come from. It could be from someone who sees that you post on Facebook that you never considered a professional contact, but all of a sudden they've gotten this new job, they're in a position to make decisions that can really impact your future growth. So I would sit down and think about how much you are part of your brand, determine your brand tone, and kind of make an outline for yourself, almost like a brand guideline, to determine, you know, what are your boundaries for social media and what you want to post on each channel. And try and, you know, do the homework of determining those in advance so you're not doing it on the fly and you're not so stressed about maybe publishing something that you'll regret later on. What if you just started a job that requires you to be active on social media, but you weren't active before, and all of a sudden you're trying to determine, okay, well, what do I post? Are people going to come looking for my personal profile now that I'm sort of the face of this brand? Now that I'm employed, do I have to change the way that I talk on social media or on my blog? Do I have to represent the values of the company that's hired me? All of these can be really tricky questions to navigate, and you know, the quick solution, the good solution, would be to clean up any public content like old photos and questionable posts, just to play it safe. But even better than that would be to sit down with your team, maybe your employer or your new business partners, or even your employees if that's a situation that you're in, and to determine, you know, what are the expectations? Were you hired to be online and to be the voice of the company, or is that sort of just going to be a byproduct of your new position? What are the expectations in terms of your tone and maybe your political posts or things that are personal? It's really good to get those expectations outright so you're not called into someone's office later on because you've made a mistake and you didn't even know. So those are just a couple of tips, really just about polishing your online presence. So in summary, I think the first thing I'd recommend is updating your photo, your work information, make sure everything is up to date across all the platforms that you want to use so it's all current. Set your boundaries and update your privacy settings according to those new boundaries. You can also delete or turn on privacy settings for things that you don't want to be public and you want to be hidden. Also, this is something that I see so often. Check for broken links to and from your sites. If you have a portfolio and you're linking to it in your Twitter bio and your Instagram bio, but the link is broken, that's not going to be a good look, and I see that happen so often, and it's really easy to prevent. And claim your name on social media. If you start wanting to do business under your own name, go on Instagram, go on Twitter, claim your handle, and don't forget to renew your hosting and to renew your domain registrations, because you don't want all that hard work to disappear and to go for nothing. So, now how do you establish your expertise and get noticed? Now that you have a great website, you have your Twitter, you have your Instagram, all the channels are up to date, you have a new headshot, how do you make sure people start paying attention to you? So, and it's not just paying attention. You want people to be able to see how valuable you are and that you can bring a lot of great things to their project, to their business, and that you're talented. That's really what you want to communicate. So there's a couple of reasons why you'd want to communicate that value. And even if you don't have anyone specific in mind that you're trying to impress, just being able to have a strategy is that potential clients and recruiters will notice you and they'll reach out. That's an easy one. And two, if you meet someone and you want to point them to your online profiles, maybe you meet someone at the after party today and they remember you and the next day they go see your online profiles, you want to make sure that it's clear what your talents are, what your skills are, and that they're impressed when they first see that online presence. And they want to be able to quickly assess your credibility and if it can back up what you told them the night before. And see, if you have solid engagement and you actually have a following and an audience, you can actually leverage that influence and that notoriety when it comes to negotiating your salary or your compensation. So that's also something to keep in mind. The first place that I recommend doing this is your website. In my opinion, sharing your expertise online, it all starts with your website. That's your hub, that's the place where you can manage it, and it's also the place where you can then embed things that you're doing elsewhere, and it just becomes a reference for you and for everyone else. And so here's a great list of things that you can put on your website. An about page and contact information, those are basics. Your work experience, kind of have a CV, a resume on your website that people can reference easily. You want to make sure that that kind of also lines up with LinkedIn, so it's extra work, but it's worth it. Samples or case studies. Maybe the projects that you work on aren't super easy to explain. Case studies are a fantastic way to do that. You can show people where you participated in something, the change that you brought to it, how you helped as a consultant, things that are kind of a little tricky to explain. Case studies are a great way to lay that out. Testimonials or references or reviews, if you have that kind of a presence online, those are great ways to get third-party people to share information about their experience with you. If you're a content creator, then you can have a blog on your website. You can have ebooks for download. You can have videos and podcasts. Your website can just be a hub that really shares everything that you've created and done. And of course, links to social media. If you're active elsewhere, tell people about it. Encourage them to follow you, to subscribe to your blog, to engage with you, so that you can keep that conversation going. And if it feels like a full-time job, keeping your website up to date, which it can be. I mean, there's an expression, like the cobbler always has the worst shoes. We always feel like as website creators or marketers, we have the worst website. I recommend just doing a seasonal approach. Put it in your calendar every couple months. Go on your website and clean up things, add work experience that you've done, add testimonials or reviews that you've gathered from previous recent projects, and just make sure that it's up to date and fresh every season. Another great place to be super professionally active is LinkedIn, literally built for this. So LinkedIn, pretty much all industries, if it's a business, is on LinkedIn. So you can easily contact people in your industry through this platform. And it's really designed for that, not just by its nature, but the tools that they develop for LinkedIn. You can post posts, you can link to your blog, you can have testimonials, you can have endorsements, whatever value those have. And it's just a really great place for professional humble bragging. And it's appropriate. People expect you to have that kind of content on LinkedIn, so they're not as judgmental as when you keep talking about work on Facebook or other places, for example. And so you can get endorsements, and you can also link your slides if you're a professional speaker, because they own SlideShare. So that's a great place, a great hub to host all of your speaking engagements as well. And LinkedIn is a great place where you can look out for companies who are hiring. You can get industry insights. You can contribute to conversations. There are groups on LinkedIn. There are networks. It's really designed to be this digital online networking place for professionals. So I recommend paying attention to it, getting industry trends, and seeing opportunities for you where you can maybe pitch your services or apply for a job that's been posted, and to take advantage of all of those opportunities that people are talking about on LinkedIn. Twitter is really popular for our industry. A lot of conversations are happening on Twitter. It's particularly good for tech, for media, for entertainment. So Twitter is a lot more about the conversations. So it's not so static like LinkedIn. A lot of it is real time, it's happening quickly, it's short. So you have to be in the habit of checking Twitter constantly and of being able to participate on the fly in those conversations and to be paying attention. So it's very time sensitive. But if you do it right, it can be really fun and really yield good results, because if you're able to participate in those conversations, people remember you, they follow you, and you're able to create that following quite quickly. And you can also be known for different things on Twitter. You can bring value to your followers by maybe doing recaps of news articles or providing insight and things so they don't have to read the full piece. So you can be really quirky and fun and short and really bring value to the conversations that are happening there. Facebook is a tricky one only because it's such a personal platform. So it grew into a business, but a lot of people have still their personal profiles on Facebook, and if you have a business page, you kind of have to pay to get organic visibility. So it's becoming a little bit trickier, but where Facebook really is solid is groups. So if you're part of a group, if you're part of the WordPress group in your city, if you're part of the advanced hosting group on Facebook, if you're in the different industries that you're operating in, a lot of the times there are Facebook groups. If you start a Facebook group that becomes popular, that's a great way to sort of increase your notoriety and to start being known in your industry. It's a great way to gather feedback through comments and testimonials and reviews if you have a Facebook business page. And you can also do Facebook Lives and interact with your customers in different ways on Facebook. All you have to do is determine if you're doing this through your personal profile or through a Facebook page. Instagram, a tricky one. I think it's really popular for retail and for traditional influencers and bloggers, but I think it can be a really nice visual tool to do storytelling and to engage with your customers. And stories is one of my favorite features, just to get quick feedback from the people who are following you, from the people you're engaging with. And it can be particularly powerful if you're trying to apply for a marketing position, or if you have your own agency, to showcase what you can do on Instagram and use your own profiles and your own work as a portfolio item when you're pitching your services. So in that case, that's true for all the social media channels. If you're looking to get a job as a social media manager, anything that you do really can serve as proof and evidence of your skills. YouTube. YouTube is so fun, but you have to be able to do video production, and if you can do it right, you can do it really, really well and get a following on YouTube. And I think it's a great way to answer questions and to provide value in tutorials, and a lot of people make their living doing YouTube tutorials, so I recommend getting in on it. Excuse me. But unlike Instagram, which definitely you have to be interacting with other people's pages, YouTube is more about the creators. So what you really should be focusing on is creating really valuable content for the people who are watching your YouTube channel, and using YouTube's built-in tools, such as the end screens and the call to actions and the overlays and the descriptions and all of the tools that YouTube offers to build call to actions into the YouTube videos that you publish. So don't just upload a video and walk away. You want to make sure that you're utilizing all of the built-in tools, because YouTube is pretty much the #2 search engine online. So if you're able to transform any content that you create into a YouTube video, you're already going to rank higher because you're offering what people want, which is more and more video content. If you have a podcast, you can also record the visuals of your podcast if you're doing interviews, and that just makes one more thing you can publish to YouTube and to be able to build your capital in that way. And so, and also if you're trying to grow your public speaking opportunities, but you're still struggling to get accepted to some of the big conferences that you want to attend, sometimes publishing or uploading videos that you've done on YouTube can help prove that you're at ease in front of the camera, that you're at ease speaking in public, that you have something to say, and maybe that can be an opportunity to showcase that to the people who are selecting the speakers for the next conference. Forums and Q&A sites are also a great place to become an influencer, an opinion leader, to showcase your knowledge and to become a reference for people. So maybe social media is a little bit too chaotic and diverse, but if you want to zero in on a certain industry, finding the forums and the Q&A sites where those topics are being discussed in a more niche way can be a great way to sort of zero in on the type of industry that you're looking to become popular in or influential in, and to provide really interesting and really great insight for the people who are asking questions in those forums or those Q&A sites. So, I mean, there are tons of forums. It really depends on the industry. Quora is a really great, just general Q&A website that you can go on. And when you can provide really great answers to questions, people then start going back to you and looking at you as a reference for that kind of content. And the more you increase in your notoriety, the more people will kind of look at you when it's time to hire someone with your skill set. So the idea is always just to be present online, to be available, to be telling people information that they need and reminding them that you can also provide more if they hire you or if they use you for a contract, and to make sure that they know that you're available for hire at the same time. So that's something that I recommend doing because it's topic-based, and it's also a way to get more qualified leads, because if you're in a niche forum, you kind of know the type of person that's on there, and you can go after a more niche clientele that way. If you're into podcasting is huge these days. It's a great way to share your opinion, but also to network with people that you invite to be on your podcast. So if you have a podcast that you're building, make sure that that podcast is available on different directories. It's a great way to establish the expertise and drive traffic to your site at the same time. And if you have a small audience, start inviting different people to be on your podcast, and hopefully they'll share it with their network, and you'll be able to grow not only your own professional contact list, but also reach a wider audience through the people you invite to be on your podcast. And it's just, again, another great opportunity to be able to share your expertise and to be really of value to people. And then also don't forget to let them know that they can get in touch with you, so that you're always giving people a call to action so they can then consider you if you're looking for a career move or to take on more clients. So all of these channels, it can be a lot of work to do them all at once. So I just recommend sitting down and looking at who the clients that you want are, where they're active, where you can get the most return on your investment in terms of time and energy, and to just try and focus on a couple that are really valuable to you instead of trying to be everywhere at once. So, how can you be engaging and not annoying when you're trying to promote yourself? That's probably one of the trickiest things for people who are shy, or for people who, they want to use social media, but they don't want to be that person that's just always talking about their multi-level marketing scheme that they've gotten involved in. You don't want to be that person. And so it's social media, and your blog is different. I feel like when you share on your blog, people are on your site and they understand that you are the star player on your site. That's fine. But social media, people have different expectations, and you don't want to be annoying. And it's often nothing personal, but you can't control how people feel about you, but you can sort of avoid certain pitfalls when you're publishing more and more online, and publishing with the end goal of promoting yourself. Let's be honest. If you're trying to get a new job or you're trying to get more clients, it's self-promotion. So how can you avoid turning people off while you're doing this? Well, you should definitely share your wins. I'm not saying that you should not. The point is you want to showcase your talent, showcase your skills, and you want to make sure people know that you are valuable and worth hiring. So share product launches, milestones, the promotions that you've gotten, and the cool projects that you're working on, especially if they've gotten some media attention elsewhere. You can share those links and show that. That's like a really great thing to do, and it's a really great way to show to potential clients that you're an attractive hire, and that and they should definitely know about your successes. On the flip side, you should also share other things that are interesting, like share your challenges and sharing some content that can be inspiring too. You can share opportunities of growth and learning and failures that you've had and lessons learned, and your process too. I think people underestimate the power of sharing sort of a journey or a process and showcasing how you've grown and your troubleshooting skills as you went through that, because a lot of people who are hiring will also be interested in seeing how you dealt with challenges and how you overcame them. And if you're working on projects where you're one member of the team, sharing that journey can also help them understand what your role was in a bigger project. So not just successes, but also challenges. The other thing is you should absolutely give your opinion on social media. I think that's something that's healthy and it's good, and it allows you to be a little bit more human and not so robotic. And people want to know that the person behind the screen is actually a human. So unless you've determined with your employer or with your business partner that you don't want to go into anything that's potentially problematic, I think it's good to share your opinion, and I think it's good to own that. The other thing, though, is you want to share the spotlight with other people and other people's opinions. So one thing that you can really do that is really powerful is you can use your own platforms to share your opinion, but invite other voices as well. I think it gives people an impression that you're a little bit more diplomatic and that you're easier to work with, that you're open-minded, and that you're willing to share the spotlight with other people. And also, if you're doing that in a context of interviews or a podcast, again, you're growing your network by having more people come and participate. You should absolutely play the leading role in your own social media. I think it's social media and it's personal. You have your profiles, you have your voice, and on your website, that's you. And if you're trying to gain in leadership as well, that's another great way of increasing your visibility. Maybe that means in person you're organizing events like a local meetup or a group that's for a certain industry. And you can do that online too. You have Facebook groups, you have LinkedIn networks, you have opportunities to gather people and for people to be to know you as the person who started that group. And that's such a great thing to do. But you also want to remember that with leadership, leaders are there to actually serve the community. They're there to serve people. And so you want to make sure that whatever organizing that you're doing, yes, that you're taking a leadership role, but you're also creating an opportunity for people to gather, to have discussions, and that no one thinks that you're just doing this for the visibility, that you're actually genuine in wanting to help gather people together, because no one wants to feel like they're a means to an end, or that you're just using them, that they're a stepping stone, and you're really just doing this for your own marketing purposes. So it's important to remember that it's good to be a leader, but you're also doing this to bring people together. You should absolutely bring value in terms of knowledge and information. I think it's really fun to be funny online, but you also want to kind of balance that. So you want to inform, but you also want to entertain. And so it's striking a balance of providing insight and information so people can go to you and see that you have value and you have knowledge, but also that you're not just something that they could look up on Wikipedia or elsewhere. They want to see that there's personality behind that. So they'd rather get that information from you because you also entertain them at the same time. You want to be specialized. I think it's really good to zero in on a couple of skills that you have and that you do really well, or a niche that you are particularly strong in. But you also don't want to become too redundant and boring. You want to be showing that you can evolve and that you're paying attention to trends, that you're adaptable, that you're constantly learning. You don't want to become a catchphrase like, oh, that's the person that only does this one thing. You want to make sure that you show that you're evolving, just like our industry is. It's something that's highly valuable. You also want to be yourself. I think a lot of people kind of navigating this area, like how much personal content do I share? How professional do I stay? They, you know, at the end of the day, you want to be a real person, and you want to be an individual, and you want to be unique. And therefore, I highly recommend being just your authentic self. But at the same time, again, social media is such a double-edged sword. Where do you draw the line? And is there such a thing as oversharing online? And absolutely, yes, there is. I think we've all seen it. And you know, one of the struggles of doing that is that people might just remember you for the personal things that you're sharing. And you never want that to undermine your credibility of the professional aspect of what you're offering. You never want people to just remember you as someone who only talks about themselves, or only talks about their struggles, or only talks about something that's unrelated to work. You want to make sure that there's always a balance, and that you're always, you know, interesting to follow. So I think it's really great to be yourself, but you also don't want to overshare too often and seem too self-centered. So tricky balance and really hard to do, easy to step over the line, but just something to keep in mind as you determine where you want to be and how you want to be online. At the end of the day, talent is talent, and there's room in the industry for all types of different personalities. So none of these are hard rules. They're all just suggestions or things to think about. And I'm hoping at the end of this presentation, you'll either have a couple of things that you can do, you know, in the next week, like update your headshot, or just things to think about in the long term. Like, what does 2020 look like for you? Are there some goals that you want to go after? Is there something that you can be doing on social media that can help you get there? And that you can just use any of those opportunities to their full advantage to help you with your own business or career growth. So thank you so much for listening to me, and I'm happy to take any questions. No questions? Am I missing some? If you want to speak in private, I'll also be at the after party, so we can chat about your projects or anything that you're working on at the moment. Happy to, or you can tweet at me as well. Or come find me at the SiteGround booth tomorrow.